friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Fresh Spots. So today we are going to continue working on a Deno and Fresh app. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. So if you haven't seen this app yet, we started it, I think, 3 weeks ago at this point. But the idea is users can create and share lists of places to visit, like a list of your favorite restaurants, a list of places you should visit in a given city, that kind of thing. These are the features that we'll have. Users can log in, users can create lists, they can add specific points of interest or POIs to that list, and then they can add a description as to why that thing is on the list or some other interesting info, and then they can create a unique link that they can share with anyone to share that list. That's our plan. We've been working on it. If you go to this repo, !project, you go here, you can see what we have been working on. You can also see the code, and we're currently on day 3. We're going to start off with some schema validation. We're then going to define some DB models, and then we're going to try to get a working login and logout page. And also try to at least get a map on the page, because we haven't even done that yet. Most of our work has really just been setting everything up, initializing the project, getting a database going, getting all the configs set up, and then also we have done the basic, we have done some basic auth. So we have shown that we can do OAuth with Discord, but we're not doing anything with that information yet. So today, with the actual login, we'll be inserting users into that database. So that's the plan. We've got a bunch of stretch features here as well that we'll eventually get to. But for now, MVP is just users can create lists and add items to that list. Yeah, and so anytime you talk about auth on stream, people have a lot of opinions. But because this is a server-side rendered application, we're just going to use cookies, and we're going to use sessions. Like we're not even going to use JSON Web Tokens. We're going to have a cookie that has a session ID inside of it, and every request to the backend that has a cookie will look up that session. That's what we're going to do. Because of the type of application we're working on. This is not a general API that can be reused by other front ends or other apps. It's a server-side rendered app. We're basically locking ourselves into a server-side rendered app. If we ever want to build a mobile app, we would have to somehow extract the API methods and stuff like that. But that's okay. That's okay. I appreciate the question, Excavator, but we're not going to talk about JWTs today. So yesterday we did talk about auth, and we did talk a little bit about JWTs. I've been reading. Basically, if you want to support refresh tokens or the ability to revoke tokens, you lose your statelessness. You lose one of the main, in my views and my experience, one of the main benefits of JSON Web Tokens is the fact that it is stateless. But once you start to try to do revocation and refresh tokens, you lose that. I think the one potential solution is to use something like Redis or like a really fast database to store your sessions in or to store your revoked tokens in. And that probably is what we're going to do on Inventory app. But that's all I'm going to say about that. No more JWT today. Yeah. No worries, Excavator. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like there are so many articles written on like why you shouldn't be using JWT. But I think the argument comes down to this. Like if you want to do it right, if you want to support things like revocation, like not every app needs to be able to revoke tokens. Not every app is a banking app or the super secure app. You could probably also argue against that point that like if you don't do that, then you're lacking in security and your app is more vulnerable. I don't know. Hello, welcome in, everybody. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you to the Sheboss for the two gifted subs. That's awesome. I appreciate you. Everyone should keep an eye on my alerts overlay because last time there was some kind of bug. I don't know if it's still there, but regardless, welcome in. That's our plan today. We're gonna be working on this app. We'll probably get started on this in like 30 to 45 minutes. We're gonna welcome everyone in and have some other things I want to talk to you about. First off, is anyone going to TwitchCon? I'm going to run a poll in the chat. TwitchCon is a thing. going to TwitchCon? And okay, not now. Thank you very much for the gift. So the bug did not appear here. Yes. No. Yes or no. I'll give you five minutes to vote on that. And that one guy from Holland, thank you for the resub. It says, let's check that alerts overlay. Nice. But yeah, TwitchCon 2022 is happening in San Diego in October. And is today International Beer Day? If it is, I'll crack a beer right now. I'll do it. August 5th. Huh. Did you create this domain to log my IP address? Well, how okay, we'll talk about beer in a second. But TwitchCon is happening. It is a 3-day event. When is it? October. I'll use my trusty calendar. October 7th through the 9th, I believe, is TwitchCon. So I'm contemplating on whether or not I'm going to go. Here's the thing. I am really socially awkward. It's also really hard for me to meet new people and talk to people. And if there isn't going to be anyone there that I know, it's gonna be a thing. I don't know. I mean, I might go to try and network. I guess these days, because I am more full time, like, it makes sense to network with other streamers and stuff. But software and game development is such a small category, and so is science and technology. Like, no one's gonna know who I am. TwitchCon is in San Diego at the San Diego Convention Center. So yeah. Yeah, and like, the thing is, like, as I've gotten older, I've gotten better at it, and I've come to terms with the fact that, like, I'm just not very good in social situations. I talked to Alka. He's not going to be there because he's got some other stuff going on. So 2 people out of the roughly 200 people that are here are going to be there. Okay, actually, so when this poll is over, I'll ask another question. Because if there are... I mean, I'm getting older every second, and now I'm getting older, and now I'm getting older, and now I'm getting older. If there is a decent amount of people in the San Diego area that want to meet me, that would be worth it for me to go, I think. Like, if there's at least 10 people that live around San Diego that want to shake my hand, I would go. So I think that's the next poll I do, is, like, you don't have to go to TwitchCon, but we could, like, meet up at a bar or something like that. San Diego's only 6,000 miles away. Nice. I don't know. Can we camp in your yard? Well, I don't live in San Diego. I'd have to travel there. I live in Denver, Colorado. Let's look at a map of the U.S. for those of you that are not from the U.S. How do I look at a map on Apple Maps? Wow. All right, give me a second. I don't know if this is gonna, like, completely reveal my location. Oh wow, it's trying to open the Maps app. Oh gosh, that's not good. Get out of here. But there probably would have been more people at TwitchCon Amsterdam that knew me than at TwitchCon San Diego. I feel like, I don't know. Just leak it. Leak my address. The thing, like, the only reason I don't want people to know where I live is because there are haters out there, and they would do something like try to swap me or send weird stuff to my address, and I don't want that. Okay, so for those of you not in the U.S., this is the U.S. I live right here, in the somewhat center of the United States, at a very high elevation. Denver is at about 5,000 feet above sea level. 5280 feet to meters. We got to do conversions for the people watching. So, I right now I am 1,600 meters above sea level. So that's where I am. And then you go all the way over here, and then you can get to San Diego. And actually, I don't even know where San Diego is. Is it near San Francisco? Is it near LA? We can search for it. South of LA? Here it is. Found it. So this is San Diego. Oh, I didn't realize it was that close to Mexico. So even I don't know geography that well. But this is where TwitchCon is going to be. And I'm going to fly there, and I think it's like a 3 or 4 hour flight. Like, that's a long way for me to go. Yeah. Cool. All right, so there are 4 people here right now that are going to be at TwitchCon. So that's cool. Next question is it a 2 hour flight? Okay. Would you want to meet? No. Do you live in the San Diego area? Are you near? Will you be near during TwitchCon? Yes. No. And I mean, I want to add even more qualifiers, like, and do you want to meet me? But I don't have enough text to do that. But that's basically what I'm asking is, are you near San Diego, and would you like to meet me sometime during that week that TwitchCon is happening? Near, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, near is relative, but it's really just like, would you want to say hi to me? Would you want to see how short I am? Would you want to see how socially awkward I am? Would you want to see how chubby I am? Because I don't really ever show below here, so you don't know how big my belly is. And Ched says yes to all of it. I'm very short. I'm 5'4". Yeah. I think I'm 5'3.5", but anytime I go to the doctor, they say I'm 5'4". I feel like this is getting awkward. I don't mind. This is my stream. I can make it as awkward as I want. Yeah. I appreciate that, Johnny Drama. I think there's a lot of people that, like, a lot of the regulars here, I would be happy to meet, but you're all over the world, you know? You want to see how short I am? How much is 5 foot 4 inches 2 centimeters. What is 5 feet 4 inches in centimeters? 162 centimeters. Yeah. Mark Boot says, I was listening on in the background, and I thought I was forwarded to a dating stream. No, it's just me. I have a fiance. That might be the first time I said fiance on stream. We got engaged a while back. Yeah. How tall are you in eagles per hamburger? I don't know that method of measurement. Yeah. Appreciate it, everyone. And David, thank you for the 16 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, I appreciate the congrats, everyone. Yeah, I appreciate it. Short in stature, but giant in character. Appreciate that, homie coder. Cool. Okay, so there's at least 3 people that would want to meet me. I might just go. There are streamers I watch that I would want to meet, so I could just go as a fan, you know? Okay, how tall is a food can in centimeters? Don't go, make a stream. I guess that's true. Like, if I don't go, I could actually stream instead of going. I'm probably just gonna go. I think it's worth it for me to go. I know there are gonna be some other live coding streamers there. They actually have this thing, which is pretty cool. So if you're a partner, and you agree to let your name be shown, you can search for people here that are gonna be there. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing about IRL streaming, though, is, like, probably so many streamers are going to go there and try to live stream it, like an IRL stream, but the Primogen's going to be there, Mewtrue's going to be there, Vape Juice Jordan's going to be there, Trash Dev is going to be there, Andy Milanakis is going to be there. What's the writes code guy that does Python? Oh, Anthony. I don't know why I thought Andrew. Anthony writes code is going to be there. So there's going to be some live coders there. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, I have an IRL backpack that I've been building. It's in progress. Will I get a Twitch badge? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Okay, so thank you all for participating in that poll. How can I see the most recent poll? Oh, well. It looked like maybe 3 of you would want to visit me. And that's cool. I'll probably go. Oh, they're fully equipped. The thing is, like, I have a lot of experience being mobile with my live stream setup. Like, I lived in New York for a summer, and I had my blue screen, all of my microphones, my lighting, all of it fit into like a duffel bag, and I could just go anywhere and actually set up the stream. I mean, not anywhere. I was working in like a co-working space, basically. Yeah, okay. Thank you for bearing with me on those polls. Awesome. I have another thing I'm going to gauge your interest on. How would you feel, and would you be annoyed of a 24/7 stream on the Coding Garden YouTube channel? So I actually don't know what percentage of you here actually are subscribed to the Coding Garden YouTube channel. But one, I'm especially lately, I'm very wary of uploading things or streaming things that people don't actually want to see. I guess I shouldn't even worry about it. Like, it's my channel. And so the reason I want to do that 24/7 stream on YouTube is because I have searched through the YouTube audio library, which is essentially an audio library provided by YouTube for content creators that can put audio in their videos that is copyright free, and you also don't have to give credit for it. Because I want to do a 24/7 music stream. So let's do another poll. Well, not that. This. We'll get there. 24/7 music stream on main channel. Annoying? Sure. Or like, yes. So the reason I would just type poll in chat. The other reason I would want to do this is essentially like as advertisement, because YouTube promotes streams that are live to people. And so I think the music is good. Like, yeah, so I actually spent quite a bit of time searching through the audio library, finding chill tracks, and I'll play them for you now. Yeah. And I'll show you, I actually like worked on this right before stream. Lo-fi radio. It's a Svelte app. Right now it's just a client app. Yeah, actually, right now, I was filtering to Sarah the Instrumentalist, because she has the longest name. And I was just testing my styles, but let's do this. I think Veet chose that port because I have so many other things running right now. Okay, so here's the idea. It'll show you what's playing. It has this down here, and then let's play it. Live it up, live it up, live it up, live it up. I'll turn it down a little bit so you can hear me talk on top of it. But yeah, as I was coding this thing, so I went through and found like over 100 songs the other night. And then I turned it down, so hopefully it's better now. But as I started coding the stuff, I was listening to songs. Like, every one that I found, I was okay with listening to. No, I did not produce it. No. This is already made stuff. Sorry it was so loud. Turn it down more. How about now? Check. Okay. So what I want to do is basically have this playing on a stream by itself, and then so it automatically, like, it shuffles the list and then chooses the next song, loads it in, you get like a visualizer. And so what I was thinking of doing is having a 24-hour channel where we're playing music there, but like, so the main reason I would do it is it would drive traffic to my YouTube channel because it's always running, and then also the chat could potentially be a place for people to get code help. Like, I'm not saying I'm gonna be there all the time, but every now and then I might pull that chat open and would talk to people and stuff like that. Yeah, Otis McDonald, I guess we ended that song, but they make so much free music. Yeah. Yeah. Don't care. Okay, these are your options. Oh, and see,
cheer
like,
100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100. Just want to show some support. Appreciate the content.
Thank you for the bits. So that's the other interesting thing I could do, because it's 24/7. I could say, like, I could have a countdown to the next Twitch live stream, and then also if I ever have like announcements or anything like that, I could put it up on there. Yeah, and so the reason it would be annoying is because basically it would, whenever you go to my channel, you're gonna see it there as live. So yeah, I know I don't know if this is a huge representation of everyone that's actually subscribed to me, but if I lost 15% of my subscribers, would it be worth it? Maybe. I don't know. I know a lot of people don't like lo-fi, so that's another thing. Yeah. You don't think it's the way to reach viewers? Yeah. So I don't stream on both Twitch and YouTube because of the Twitch exclusivity clause. Every affiliate has it, and I think most partners have it, where any content that appears on Twitch cannot appear on any other platform for 24 hours. Yeah, I mean, I think the chat interactivity is the thing that would make it. Like, if it's just sitting there and no one's using it, yeah, so this would be on YouTube. This would be on YouTube. Yeah, so I mean, there are some affiliates and some partners that are cross-streaming to other platforms like YouTube and Facebook Live. Most of them probably aren't allowed to be doing that, but their channels are too small for Twitch to care. I don't want my channel to get taken down, so I don't do that. It could, yeah, I mean, it could be a separate channel, but I think the main idea is for it to drive traffic to this channel. So if it was a separate channel, then that wouldn't work as well. Yeah. Yeah, so 18% say that's annoying. 43% say yeah, and 39% say don't care. Well, yeah, so I'm not going to brand it as lo-fi. I think I'm going to just use the term chill. So it's chill music to code and hang out to. That's basically it. Yeah, co-working, that kind of thing. Cool. I'll probably run a poll on YouTube as well, because this is the main audience. I mean, there are a lot of people that watch on YouTube that do not watch on Twitch. Yeah, maybe we could do the archive channel. I'll think about it. Okay. I appreciate your input. Thank you for voting. I appreciate it. All right, what's next? Let's say hello. Will the user be able to skip tracks? I mean, that's the other interesting thing, is we could add features like that. So right now, it just it shuffles the list of over 100 songs and then just plays through them. But we could add chat interaction features. So you could vote to skip the song, and then we could do other things, like you could vote on what song should be next, because I could make the whole playlist available. So yeah. It's true, Saint Lolik. But I mean, like, the other thing is, like, a lot of people subscribed to my channel a long time ago, and they may not be active viewers of the channel anymore. I mean, I've never gotten a lot of views. I think the most views I've gotten, yeah, I mean, if you look at my videos, the most views were when I did, like, the speed run, and then also when I've done, like, a maps app, and also like the database stream. Like, these are my 4 biggest videos, and they're from 2 years ago. So a lot of the people that subscribed back then aren't really active watchers anymore. As you can see, my latest videos, like a day or two after being published, they have like roughly 4,000 views. And some of the older live streams really just don't really get above that, and that's because they're longer form content. They're not edited. This is the closest thing to clickbait I've ever done. Bun is overhyped. I don't do clickbait. I don't really have, like, this is one of the most controversial opinions I've ever posted as well. So, like, I understand why I'm not getting a ton of views, but all of that to say, it is a big number, but I don't know how many of them are actually actively watching my videos. So, yeah. An interactive jukebox, yeah. Yeah, and so that's the other cool thing about it is I would look into basically how do you run a 24/7 stream. I think initially I would probably just do it on my regular computer. I'd launch a second instance of OBS and then just stream that, but yeah. Yeah, and I understand that, Code Looper. It's just like, it's not what I'm about. It's not what I want to do. Welcome in, Music Makes Matt. First time catching me live. Hope the day is going well. It's good. It's good. I was the top listed Twitch coding stream to check out. Where? You mean like on your homepage or something like that? Welcome in, Durank, who worked with Java. Yeah. Don't know if you should start learning JavaScript or continue specializing in Java. It depends on what you're doing. If you want a change of pace, JavaScript is fun. I do a lot of JavaScript. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this music off. I mean, the one thing, like, because I mean, I've been streaming for close to 5 years now, and one thing I have learned is that you can have music on, but that actually is another thing that will potentially get you less viewers or will divide your audience, because not everyone wants to listen to the music that you have on. So I just don't stream with music at all. Also, I'm really wary of, like, copyright strikes. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you can do that in OBS, you can say the audio goes to, I think, like channel 2 or channel 4, and then Twitch won't put it in VODs. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for talking with me. Let's say hello, and then we're going to start writing some code. So if you would like to say hello to me, you can say hi, hello, hello, yo, cheers, greetings, hiya, sup, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, vohio, or bogahay. Say any one of those things, and I'll acknowledge you. Here we go. Going back in time to 57 minutes ago. I think Mark said hello before the stream started. Welcome in, Mark. What's up, Mark Boots, and the Shivas, hello, Phoenix Rising, and Art Bajan, and Leak Geek, and Cesar, and Cookify Media, and Iman, and Schnappy, and Carvox, and iRossum, and Kev Lee, and Limotes, and Oscar, and OK Not Now, and 9 Abe. Hello, hello, let's take a quick stretch. And Eduardo, welcome in. What's up? I am Ruse, and Pablo, and Wet Seal. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing, St. Lolek, is basically, if you want to listen to music while watching me, you can put your own music on, because I don't have music playing that would interfere with that, so yeah. What's up, Chud Dev, and Earl George, and Drop Mania, and Code Thin Cake, and Macaroni Pizza Pie, and what's up, Terawatt Hour, and Avi, and Clink, and Mortal Box, and Silver Design, and Julian, and Hello Ed, and Bajosi, and I Dom, and Lord3774, hello. What's up, Shirkum, and CFM, and American 2050, and Farshid, and Saint Lolek, and Strategy First, and Oxdow, and Music Makes It, hello Durank, and Chief Mustardo, and Distant Sense, and Cute Pony, and BT Bap, and It's Domi, and Shecky, and Pepe the Blade Runner, and what's up, Titan Fuss, and Define, and Abu, and Dr. Thu, and that guy from Holland, and Ex Palma, and Kevin Bajaski, and Quaidbot, and the Big Mike, and Bravo Whiskey, and Weirdo Flexo, and Mr. Gainframe, and It's by Therial. Welcome in. Boga hey, Mr. Gameframe. Welcome in. So yeah. Oh, good call, Mark. Let's fix that bug. An Excavator, thank you for the 19 months. Says it's been a while. I'm doing good. Got some good rest last night. I wrote some code this morning. I would say like probably like the past year and a half, I haven't been doing as much coding in my spare time. Like it used to be that like I was coding on personal projects anytime I wasn't working or anytime I wasn't streaming. And that really got away from me. So making that little lo-fi page was pretty fun this morning. I want to be writing more code. And also I'm realizing I'm not staying up to date on the latest stuff as much as I used to. So I need to do that. What am I doing? I'm going to fix the overlay real quick. Yeah. Yeah, and I think like any new video I upload to my main channel, it has timestamps in it. I've basically factored that into the I've factored that into the time it takes to get an edited video ready. Basically, I have to edit it, create the timestamps, create the thumbnail, all of that. Okay. How can I keep up to... Calm down, American 2050. We've... anything I have banned from chat, and honestly, bun is literally the only word, because... I mean, you all know this, but when bun got released... Literally every 5 minutes, someone would come in the chat and say bun. And I think people started doing it just to mess with me, but that's why I've banned the word bun in chat. And then the other one is like, I don't... We don't need to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it. What's up, Mesley? Welcome in. All right, let's write some actual code. So now we're going to work on fresh spots. So... If you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, this is an app that lets us create and share lists of places to visit. It's going to have social auth. You can create a list, add places to that list, add a comment associated with that place, and then share that list with anyone. You can see all of the code here. Click that link, and you can see the code. And here we go. Do I even have it open anymore? I do. Okay. So, like I mentioned, the first thing we're going to do is some schema validation. This app sounds decent. Thanks. This is actually another thing I want your input on is how should we do the validation? Well, let's do a little bit of research. Just tell me in the chat, what are some ways to do schema validation that are either directly supported in Deno or that libraries that have been written as an ECMAScript module. Yeah, so I know Zod is probably one of the main ones. Zod, TypeScript first schema validation. I've heard of it, I've never used it, so let's see an example. All right, install it, import Z, create a schema. So we're probably gonna be doing an object that has properties that are of a given type. And I guess the other aspect of this is that this actually returns it has a type. And you can extract that type. That actually is really useful because we can reuse the schemas we create as actual types in our TypeScript code. So that's awesome. My other option is going to be was going to be AJV, which is another JSON validator or JSON schema validator. Because we could then define our schemas as JSON schema. JSON schema is a specification that describes how to describe objects or JSON objects using JSON. Do we have an example? JSON schema example. Cool, so this is an example of a product, and the schema to validate this would look like this. So type is object, and then you have a properties, and then you can describe each property. So ID is an integer, name is a string, price is a number. You can also have validators like minimum and maximum. Or you could do it manually. Yeah, we're not going to do it manually. And so the reason I like something, ew, nasty. So, but the thing is, this standard is supported everywhere. Like we could take this schema and then use it in an open API specification and say like this is what our API expects. However, since we are doing like server-side rendering and we're not really even doing an API, we probably don't need this. Yeah. And what's up, Chris Martin? Yeah, I'm not wearing a hat today. So yeah, Marshmallow has schema validation. I haven't heard of that. What is marshmallow? Code then cake. I once saw a library that turns TypeScript interfaces into JSON schemas. I mean, that kind of sounds like, I guess Zod is the opposite. You create the schema and then get a TypeScript interface out of it, or a TypeScript type out of it. Marshmallow. Object serialization and deserialization. It's white and fluffy. What? I was like, what am I looking at? It's Python. I'm looking at Python because it's like, for a second, it seemed like it was JavaScript. I was like, what? It's Python. What is my opinion on code comments? Excuse me. Let me take a drink of water. Code comments make a lot of sense for pieces of code that are clever or tricky or aren't. It isn't immediately apparent what that piece of code does. That's when you should add a comment. Let's say like a complex regular expression, put a comment on it that says what it does. If you have like a tricky nested ternary statement, you might add a comment that describes at a high level what it does. That's when I think comments are useful, is if the code itself is not self-explanatory, put a comment on it. So, and then Tarawad is saying, show an error if you add a comment. Because if you, for instance, put a comment on an if statement that says, this checks to see if the variable is true, that's just extra, right? You already have an if statement. We're all programmers. We know what an if statement does. So that we don't want, I don't want to see comments that are describing exactly what a thing is doing when it's very apparent that thing is doing that. So comments are good for code that is not immediately doesn't explain itself well. Okay, we're gonna go with Zod. Like I said, we were gonna do a poll. Zod seems fine. No one had any other opinions. And then I talked myself out of AJV because we don't even need JSON schemas because it's not an API. It's server-side rendered. And then I will answer Clink's question, which is, can you briefly explain server-side rendered or reference some good documentation? I hear it all the time, but I have yet to fully grasp what it is and the benefits. Yeah, so let's talk about that, but we are going to use Zod. But let's spin up our app. I need to spin up Docker because we do have the Postgres database that needs to start in the background. But I will show you an example of server-side rendering, and then show you something that's not server-side rendered. So yeah. We've connected to the Deno database. That's about it. Today we're really going to test or really put the DenoDB library through its, I don't know the right term. We're gonna use it a lot and figure out if it actually is a good library, if we're gonna run into issues. But today's the day where we'll do that. Yeah. Yeah, and so I mean, I think the thing is, like, we're not gonna have open API docs for this because it is, like I said, server-side rendered. Like technically, we could break things out into an API, but I think at first, I'm essentially going to do everything completely server-side rendered. And let's talk about what that is. Comments are not excuses for bad code. Yeah, and then the other thing I didn't mention, like this opinion has been reiterated so many times on the web. And yaps, thank you very much for the 5 months. But when you write a comment, that is one more piece of your code base that needs to stay updated. So if you write a comment and then the code that it's describing changes, you need to update the comment as well. And if you don't, now the comment and the code are out of sync. And when a new developer comes along, they're going to be very confused. So that's why I'm hesitant about putting comments everywhere, because that's one more place where the code needs to be updated. Yeah, and that's another good point. It communicates what the code should be doing or why it exists, not what it is doing, because what it is doing is apparent by the fact that it's code, and as a programmer, you can try to understand that code. Yeah, I think I think this is the general opinion that most people agree to, I would say in academia and like in college and stuff like that, for whatever reason, they try to say you should put comments everywhere, but I don't like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have a Deno emote now from Better Twitch TV. Yeah, and I think it would be interesting to code it without the API and then later on refactor it to pull those methods into API methods and then have the API be usable, but like a mobile app or something like that. When do you need server-side rendered? When you fetch data? Let's explain it, and I'll tow it. And I appreciate that D7 who says, with your way of learning and taking notes, how do you? Oh no, never mind. I thought you were complimenting me, but you're asking a question. What's your way of learning, taking notes, and how do you make it stick? Oh, what's my method of learning? My method of taking notes, and how do I make it stick? I figure out the minimum amount possible to get a thing done. That's how I learn things. And I'll take notes if it's something I've figured out that wasn't already in the documentation. Because again, I think the main theme of all this stuff is like I don't like duplication, and if I'm taking notes that are basically just the docs, I don't think that's a good use of my time. Now, people learn differently. People retain information differently, but for me, I don't like to just basically rewrite out what the documentation already says. And I think like if you go back and watch me building this thing with Deno and Fresh, we're figuring it out as we go. I didn't spend a week learning Deno and then a week learning Fresh, and now I'm combining them. We're figuring out each little piece, and I'm productive doing that. So, yeah. But I will say for newer devs, there's probably more to it than that. But I think I've just been doing it for so long that is my proper process. Typebox. Ooh. How to pull data from one API to another. You make an HTTP request inside the code of one API. I have a YouTube video for that. We'll get there. Coding.garden/videos. And if you search for proxy, yeah, this video right here, hide API keys with node.js API proxy. I basically show you how you can build a backend API that makes a request to some other API. And in this case, it's basically hiding that API key because it's backend code. You can't see that API key. So we build a Node.js API that actually makes a request to the NASA API. So you can see that in that video. Yeah, ! project. We'll let you know what we're working on. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point, Calder, is like, how do you determine if the code is obvious? Like, how do you determine if code needs a comment or not? And Acid Spark, 28 months. What? We barely just started coding Acid Spark, so thanks for being here. So yeah, I mean that's another point. Is like for one dev they might say, oh, that's completely apparent. Why would I need to comment that? I think it's something that just needs to become like a team culture, and also they need to get over themselves and be more empathetic of other developers. So yeah. But yeah, I can see how it can have the reverse effect where like people don't put comments anywhere because like, oh yeah, that should be apparent. But I think if you really think objectively about a thing and you try to put yourself in some other dev's shoes, you can figure out when's the best time to add a comment. Yeah. I've done some coding and music stuff. Like the term live coding actually originated with coders that were creating music and visualizations with code live. And so I've done a little bit of that, not a lot though. Yeah. My advice to get better at programming: just do it. Practice and don't just not just any kind of practice. Good practice. Practice where you are making progress. Right. You're not doing the same thing over and over and over again. You're doing a thing, assessing how you did on that thing, and then making steps to make sure you do better next time. So yeah, that's how you get better. Just do it. Taking note, even if it's in the docs, is great to put in your thought. Yeah, and I think for newer devs, and especially people that aren't used to reading technical literature, that could probably help. But for me, I don't do that. I depend on the docs. Yeah, and I think you're saying your issue is it takes a lot of time. That's the nature of it. It's gonna take time. Like yeah, it takes time. You can't rush some things. How can an API not be RESTful? Basically, if it doesn't adhere to the spec. So there's literally a RESTful API. Sorry, a specification on representational state transfer. A lot of people use the term that they aren't necessarily adhering to the spec specifically. But basically, if you don't adhere to the spec as it's described, it's not RESTful. But let me we got a bunch of chats, but let's talk about server-side rendering. Yeah, and that's basically the thing. What Jesus the Frog is saying. These days, if someone has an API that returns JSON, they just call it a RESTful API for the most part. Yeah. All right, let's talk about server-side rendering. Okay, so where were we? We needed to start up our database. So I'm using Docker for this. I can do Docker compose up. That will recreate our database, spin it up, and then I should be able to do Deno task start. And that's going to start up our server. Great. We can go to the home page, which is still the basic Deno fresh stuff. We've done so much work with setup and configuration. We haven't really written any actual Deno fresh code. But take a look at this little piece of text right here. There are 0 users. So it's actually querying the database to see how many users are in the database. And then it gets that value back, and then it's gonna send that to the front end that made the request. So this piece of text right here, if we were to do this with, let's just say, a plain old JavaScript where the page loads, JavaScript then makes an HTTP request to the backend to get the list of users. It gets that result back, and then it uses DOM manipulation to say element.textContent equals 0. That's the alternative. But if we see what our server is sending back, it's literally sending back an HTML element that has that embedded inside of it. You can do this in your web browser, and if you're on a Mac, Command U will show you the source code. So this is the actual code that was sent back from the server when the HTTP request was made. I think if you're on Windows, it's like Control U. But if we look in here, there is literally this p tag that says there are 0 users. So this is what we mean by server-side rendered. The server application literally generated this HTML code. The server went through the process of taking our Preact component and element and figuring out what the actual HTML needs to be, and this is actually what was returned by the server. So this is what we mean by server-side rendered. Basically, HTML generated on the server and then returned to the client. And then, I mean, you can see here that, like, if we do a curl request, which is just another way of doing an HTTP request, we should be able to see that element as well. There are 0 users. Here it is. Here. Okay, so for the person that asked the question, this is what it means to be server-side rendered. I guess let's take a quick aside and show like what's not server-side rendered. And I think the best way to do that, I mean, we could actually demonstrate that with Deno and Fresh as well, because that's one of the benefits of a framework like Deno or like Fresh, is that you get the best of both worlds. You can do server-side rendering, but you could also do like a client-side request for certain things. So let's do that now. And really what I want is, and I'll show you like how this thing was written in order to be server-side rendered. So this is the Fresh code for our homepage. And you can see it right now, it looks like a regular plain old React component. But what actually is happening is this React component is being rendered on the server side when the request is being made for this page. And basically, before it's rendered, it does this thing to do the lookup in the database. But if we create an API endpoint, let's call it users. We're going to get all the users from the database in this endpoint. And we really just want to be running this exact same code inside of it. Can you use Vue with Fresh? I mean, technically you could build a bunch of API routes and then use Vue in there, but right now Fresh uses a library called Preact, which is basically fully compatible with the React API. Like everything you know about React will work in Preact, but it's been re-implemented. I think it's a little bit smaller, and it has a different license than React has. So right now you couldn't use like a Vue templating thing here in Deno Fresh. If you wanted to do server-side rendering with Vue, you would use a library called node.js. And so this has been built to do this thing. And Deno Fresh was modeled after Next.js, and so this is basically like server-side rendered React. But it's not just server-side rendered. There are other things it can do that's not just server-side rendering, and that is opposed to, like, before things like this existed, you could basically create apps that were purely server-side rendered. I digress. Let's make a thing. So I don't need this anymore. I don't need this. I want to do this. Okay, I think that's it. So the way Fresh works is if you put something in the API folder, this can be, actually, I don't even know if it has to be in the API folder, but basically these are going to be routes that only return JSON data. They're not actually rendered. So now if I go to my server /API/users, we get back an empty array. We have this silly little route here that's going to let us insert users, so let's just do that. We're going to insert several users into our database. And now if I go to API/users, I get back some JSON data. So these are all of the users in my system. And this is just JSON data. So if I wanted to do not server-side rendering, but essentially a client-side request, I could do that inside of an island. And so this is a concept, I think it might have originated in Astro. Maybe someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea is anything inside of routes is going to be server-side rendered. But if you define a component inside of islands, that will be basically client-side JavaScript. So if we create an island here, let's call it islands? Yeah. Did Remix originate that idea? Let's call this users.tsx. Why did I decide to go with TypeScript on this project? So with Deno and Fresh, like it just supports TypeScript out of the box, and all of their docs are in TypeScript. So that's why we're using TypeScript here. Cool. We don't need any props, and basically we're gonna have like a use effect here. This is not Remix. This is Fresh. So if you're familiar with React, if we want to make an HTTP request when the component loads, we typically use something like a use effect that has no dependencies, right? So we have this use effect, no dependencies. This code is going to run when the component mounts, essentially. We'll do it like this. Let's rename this to users. And then we're not going to have any props. I don't know if I care about it being disabled, but we do have access to know whether or not this code is running inside the browser. But I'm assuming that because this is an island, it's going to run inside the browser. So give me a moment to set this up, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah, and I guess I could also have a state variable here. So let's say like Users is a state variable that starts off as an empty array. And then we'll say there are users.length. Users. Cool. So we have the island. Now let's actually use it. We're going to put it below the counter here. Like this. Cool. Okay. I think we're there. We're able to demonstrate this now. If I request the page, that's not right. Let's get rid of this counter thing. Yeah, let's look back at my component. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, you're totally right. Yeah. How does React work? I need to destructure this because this also gives us users and set users. You are totally right. That's why we're getting a weird length here. Also, why is this one returning 0? We inserted users into our database. Did they get reset somehow? So let's forget about the client-side one. So forget about that use state and everything else. What happened? we're worried about this one right now. This one should say like 6. And then also when I made the request to my users endpoint, they don't exist anymore. Let's do a thing. So all of my Postgres data was stored in this folder called DB data. Let's restart the Docker container. And pib, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Oh yeah, I know, Christian. So take a look. So this file, it's not running anymore. We don't care about this file right now because we have more code to write there. We care about this file. This one specifically is making a request on the server side. Okay, database is up now. Take a quick stretch. Don't worry about the client code yet. We need to get the backend, the server rendered code working because for whatever reason, yeah. Well, table user does not exist. Cool. So basically, when the app starts up, it syncs our schema. With the database, so it'll actually create the tables. Let's create some users. Right, so we have 8 users. This is what I want to see. But it seems like when I restart it, they don't exist anymore? Is it because we're like not actually flushing them to the database? What the heck? This might be an issue with Deno DB. Are you guys arguing in the chat? Calm down. What are you doing? Stop it. We're doing other things. Oh, on restart, it's dropping the database table. Okay, that is what's happening. I totally forgot about that. This is the thing that needs to be fixed. Because right now, when we do db sync, it's always dropping. to do. Enable this when there is a model change. There's probably a way. I mean, chill out, everyone. We're trying to do a thing here. There's probably a way to say, like, are there model changes, and if there are model changes, then do it. But this is the issue. So now let's get a bunch of users and refresh, kill our process. What's up, Waylak? Am I sitting upright? Cool. Restart the process. We should still have 8 users in our database. Great. All right. This was completely unrelated to what we were doing earlier. Now let's write the client-side code. So what we're showing right now is server-side rendered. If I look at the source code for this, we can see that the server literally generates this HTML. All right. Let's now code it inside of an island, which is not server-side rendered. And so we'll load this users component right here at the bottom. And this is the piece that will not be server-side rendered. And you can see right now it doesn't have any users because it's not actually making that request. And we'll put this here as well. We'll say client rendered. So now we actually need to make an API request. We'll just do that with fetch. We need a little async iffy. You can't do this with top level await, or you wouldn't make this async because it needs to, it can't return a promise. So yeah, but we're going to make the request to API/users, and this code right here is going to be run on the front end. And then we can do set users with the JSON. Great. Now we've done it. So if I refresh this, let's see if it's making the API request. Oh, I need to invoke it because it's an async iffy. There we go. There are 8 users. Now, these both are showing the same thing, but you can actually see this flashing, right? So it actually shows up with 0, and then after the API request is made, then the actual element itself is updated. So that's the main difference between these two. So if I look at the server rendered version, we can see the server rendered one has that HTML. That was generated on the server. And then we can actually see, like, one of the interesting things about this hybrid approach that things like Next.js or Nuxt, or in this case Fresh, are doing, where the initial render of the client is server-side rendered. So like this is like actually a huge benefit to using this a framework that supports a hybrid model, because the client piece has the initial server render, but once JavaScript kicks in, then it behaves like a traditional single page application. And if we look at the actual network requests, let's throttle it to be like 3G, so it's going to be really slow. And we'll see, well, disable the cache, clear it. Even slower. 2G. So that gets the initial server render, and then JavaScript kicks in, makes the API request, and updates the element itself. So, yeah. I appreciate you, Hammer, but you're doing a lot of off-topic stuff, so come back when you're ready to talk about what we're actually doing. Okay. That's server-side rendering versus single-page applications. Whoever had that question initially about what server-side rendering is, do you have any other questions? And did this clarify anything? Also, you can see here in the network request that we have this the front end is literally making a request to our back end to get that data, so then it can then update that element on the page. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, that is not right. If you're not in the islands folder, you have 0 JavaScript. This is from the islands folder. So basically, we're taking this islands component, this component that is an island, and we're rendering it on the page next to some server-side rendered stuff. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that that's the main difference between server rendered and client rendered. And like I said, this is the hybrid approach, because if you compare this to something like, let's say Express.js with Pug, or Express.js with handlebars, it doesn't do any interesting things with if you do have client side JavaScript. There's no hybrid approach. Basically, you could have JavaScript on the page, but that's just going to kick in once the page itself loads. Whereas this is hybrid, because you do get a little piece here that's server rendered, but then JavaScript kicks in to do the rest. Cool. You can't, last time I checked, you can't use Prisma with Deno yet, but they're working on it because it is one of the biggest requested things that people want. So TW is using Tailwind. It's a separate library that isn't Tailwind, but it's completely Tailwind compatible. And basically, this just generates a list of classes that can be applied to the element. I don't know if they're exactly the same as what the what we're putting on there. I honestly don't know the benefit of using TW over just using straight up Tailwind. I mean, it's possible that it only injects the classes that we're using, and that might be the benefit of it. I think that has to be what it's doing. Excavator is basically with Twind, it will only inject the CSS classes that you're using instead of loading the entire Tailwind library. I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's what it does. And if it doesn't do that, they should be doing that. But when I generated the Fresh app, they were they added this automatically, or they asked me if I wanted to use that, and so I added it. Yeah, and I guess if you're using the full Tailwind library, you would get that anyways. I don't know, but yeah, when we generated the Fresh app, it asked me if I wanted this. I said yes. Cool. All right, we haven't written any code. We're gonna go into focus mode and actually just like get this done. So I appreciate you all for being here, but I have things to do. So we're gonna go into 30 minutes of focus, and we're gonna get this done. So the first thing on our list is to do schema validation. So forget all this server-side rendering stuff. Right now we're just working on configuration and application code. So essentially what we've done is we've created a single place in our code base that loads all of our environment variables that can be used everywhere else. And right now we just have some manual validation for the DB field right here. What we want to do is to create like a general schema for this, so that way we can validate it against that instead of having to manually do it. Why is this complaining? Oh, I need to load this. I thought I did. We don't have any seeds right now because we only have one model. We only have the user model. After we finish this schema validation, we'll set up the models for everything else. Okay. I think I can disable ESLint. But I'm only hesitating because we didn't have this issue before. Everything was working nicely. Let me make sure I have the Deno extension. I do. Okay. I'm going to disable ESLint for now because that was giving me some weird errors, and I don't think Deno needs it at all. Cool. All right, so what we want to do is we want to create a schema that defines this object. And essentially, I guess what will be nice is after we define it, we won't have to manually create this config interface, because if we're using Zod, we can use Zod to create the schema, and then Zod will also basically create this type, and then we can reuse this type and not have a separate type definition. So that seems nice. So let's pull in Zod here, and I am just going to add it to the import map. So in Deno, technically, you could just add the import directly with the URL, and then the first time it sees that, it'll download it and put it in the cache. However, I'm trying to put all of my dependencies into this import map so I don't have URLs all over, and I can make sure that I'm using the same version in every place. So we're going to add Z, which points to the Zod library. Actually, was it imported? I guess it's Zod.z. So we'll call this Zod, like this. But now I can do import Z from Zod, like that. Right now I'm getting an error because it can't find it, but if you have the Deno extension, you can do Deno cache dependencies. It should, anyways, and I think actually I need double quotes here. It should attempt to install it. There we go. Okay, so now that we have it, we can actually create a schema. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename interfaces to be schemas. And now, instead of manually defining this, we are going to define our Zod schema, and it will generate the type for us. So something like this. So we want a config object that has a base URL property that is a string. It has an environment property that is a string. We'll call it capital C config. How can they have a type and a variable with the exact same name? Is that even possible in TypeScript? Cool. Cool. And let's call this config schema. And then the other thing is the config type. Mainly so I can differentiate them. I think I want to be able to differentiate them, because I want to be able to import the schema and import the type separately. Okay, so what else do we need? We also need a DB. So can do an object of type? Because I want to do an object of type Postgres options, like this. Is that possible? I guess I have to describe it with the schema validator itself, like this. I don't know if I can reuse that type. I don't think I will for now. It's not that important. We'll just redefine all of these as just a z.string, like this. And this is actually a number. We'll put that in the to-do. To-do. Figure out how to use this type in with Zod. So basically, instead of manually putting all these properties, I really want to be able to extract those properties automatically with that type. But I'm not going to worry about how to do that now. We're just going to keep on going. Okay, so OAuth is itself an object. And then OAuth has a property called Discord, which is itself also an object. And then Discord has two properties, client ID and client secret, which is of type string. And then client secret. Cool. So basically, we've redefined this interface as essentially a schema validator. We'll take a quick stretch, but what we can do is pass an object into this validator, and it'll tell us if any of the properties are missing. I do believe we're going to want to do something like required. I don't know if they're required by default. Yeah, so I think the required by default, but you can have an optional property on them, which makes it not required. Cool. Let's test it out. Yeah, Postgres options is the type defined inside of Deno DB. This. So yeah. So Zod is a schema validator, very similar to like Yup or Joy, but what's nice is it works really well with TypeScript. It basically can generate a TypeScript type based on that. Okay, so now that we have this, let's use it. So over here in the config, we want to import the config type from schemas / gotta spell it right. Schema / config.ts. Great. Why is this complaining? Did I do the wrong thing? Port is a number. Oh, it has host name. Did I do that right? Let's double check on the type for the property, because I actually could have gotten that wrong before. No, it's just host. This should just be host. And then maybe I copied it from the wrong spot, because that also is username. I think they might have two different types in here. We'll do that one. Awesome. So now we have this auto-generated type from the schema validator, but here comes the benefit for like why we're even doing this, because now we can try to validate it. So before we were like iterating over the object properties, seeing if they exist, but what we can do now is say we can pull in the schema. And we should be able to do config schema.parse and pass in config. The other thing is I don't want to allow empty strings on some of these. So I think there has to be a way. So like in yeah, the trim function exists like in Yup and Joy, which I'm used to. I want to see if they have anything for empty string. Non-empty is for the array type. What does the trim function do? Trim white space. No empty. That's what I want. No empty. Non-empty? Why is it crossing this out? Non-empty is deprecated. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I have to do min 1. I see. Yeah, this is deprecated. You should use min. Okay, I can do that. Cool, so the minimum length is 1. It won't allow empty strings. That's definitely what we want, because now we can parse it. This it returns the actual config itself. So maybe we can call this the env config, because this is what we've loaded from the environment variables, and then we have an actual config we create from the env config. And does parse return a promise, or just does it synchronously? I think it does it synchronously. So what I'm hoping is this will throw an exception, and we should see that in our console here whenever it starts up. So for example, if I remove from my env, you can't see my whole secret. I'll have to reset my secret again. I totally forgot. But it's fine. I'm going to remove the DB name from my environment env file. And what I'm hoping is the parse thing fails, and it does. So let me show you real quick. So now that I basically removed one of the properties from my env, when I spin up my app, this is the behavior I want. I essentially want I want it to crash because I want to make sure that people specify all of the required environment variables before the thing spins up. And so it did. It crashed. And it says string must contain at least one character. Path DB database. That's fine, but I kind of want to add a custom error message. Like, yeah, I can pass in a message on the type itself. We're still just doing config validation. We haven't even started on DB models yet, so I think you're good, Waleed. And yeah, who was it? Someone asked, can you ask a question when I'm done? Yes, that's the point of focus mode, is like, if we didn't have it, I would get nothing done. So basically, we're in focus mode so I can try and get stuff done, and then we'll talk to chat. And I mean, that's why we're on day 3 of this project, because I talk to chat so much. Okay, let's see if this will work. Actually, I'll put it on database, because this is the one we're testing. So I want to add a message. Missing database name environment variable. So I save that. Now the error we get should be more descripted. Missing database name environment variable. I like that better. There's still a bunch of stuff. I guess what I could do is I could try catch this. And then only log the error message. Where is this at? Error dot, I think it is just error dot message. Let's see what this does. Maybe I don't want to. I do want to throw an error because I want the process to exit. What is this thing? It's an array? It's not an array. Oh, error dot message at 0? It's a string? It's a string that I need to parse? This is weird. I guess that's how Zod did. I could probably just read the, yeah, that's what it is. Oof. Okay, I mean, that's good to know. Zod sets the error object's message to be a stringified JSON object. This is what I want. I wanted to just log only that, not all of the other extra stuff, because it's like really busy. So, is there a safe? Yeah, let me look at the docs, because there's probably better stuff. If you don't want Zod to throw errors when validation fails, use safe parse. Yeah, and then it has the error. Okay. Let's do that, because then we don't even need to try catch it. We'll just throw our own error. Like this. And then this is the Zod error. Safe parse. And then, well, it gives us back success. And data. Zod is a schema validator, very similar to like Yup or Joy. I don't like these TypeScript errors, but I think I know. Yeah, okay, so I basically have to write. I can't destructure it. I have to write it this way. Yeah, Terawatt is saying it's a union type. So basically, if result.success, then result.data is a thing. So config is of type config or null, and it starts off as null. And then we're exporting it here. But if there's an error, we're going to throw that error before we get there. So if the result was not a success, I want to log this. Result dot error? Yeah, result dot error. Do the thing we were doing before. And then throw my own exception. Otherwise, config is equal to result.data. This, and we'll throw a new error with that. We probably can use this new cause thing. Which is kind of like the inner exception in other programming languages. All right. Yeah, so we tried destructuring, but because it's a union type, basically data doesn't exist unless success is true, so we can't destructure it. I think we can do this. All right, moment of truth. Boom. I guess it's better, but now when I add this error cause, it says it's caused by Zod error. If I don't do that, uncaught error, missing database name, environment variable. Yeah, I mean, it has, like, the error messages are nice, but it's not super clear what went wrong, I feel like. Maybe it is clear. All right. What if more than one is missing? Then we shouldn't do at 0. We should iterate over them. All right, I changed my mind. I'm glad we figured that out, but we're going to stick with the built-in messages. We just need to go in and update all of our error messages. So now it'll fail, but we just get this big old thing. My thought is, okay, another developer comes along, they try to spin up this app. Are they going to know what's wrong by looking at this error? I think because the message is here, they will know what's wrong. And if we have more complex validators, then it would have a more specific error message. Yeah, they could figure it out, but it's noisy. Yeah, we'll add it to do, a maybe to do, maybe clean up the error that is logged. I mean, that's one thing we can test though. So if we have more than one environment variable that's missing, how does it look? Yeah, so we have these, but I want to go in and update those error messages as well. Okay. Here's also what I want to do. I want an enum that has all of the environment variable names, because right now I'm referencing those environment variable names by string, and I don't want to do that. Do TypeScript enums, will they give you the string value of the fields that are on there? Is that a thing? I'll have to look into that. Yes, they will. Okay, we're gonna try it. Let's create a new folder. I guess we'll call it enums. I mean, I guess we could call it constants. Let's call it constants. Constants. And inside of here, we're going to create a new file called environment variable names .ts. Enum environment variable names. Let's figure out how to do an enum in TypeScript. Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of like C# or Java, where you have an enum, but you're actually getting back a number instead of the enum. Yeah, this is what I want, a string enum. Cool. I guess that's what we'll do. Why doesn't it like enum? Or export default enum. Cool. And then we essentially want all of these to be defined inside of here. But like this. Do I need commas? Yes. Do I need a trailing comma? Yes. Great. Great. Okay, so now we have an enum. If you're new to TypeScript, this is basically just an object where because I'm using a string enum, where the properties of the object, their values are a string version of that. And the reason I'm doing that is now that we have this enum, I don't have to have strings all over the place. Right here I can do environment variable names dot base URL. Well, I couldn't find it, but we'll manually import it. Oh, it did it. Yeah, that. Awesome. And so now instead of having strings everywhere, we can use that. But then after this refactor is done, we can reuse these enums inside of the error messages. So we'll do that now. Give me one moment. Let's grab all these, get rid of that, and say, and get rid of that, and then say environment variable names dot. Dang it, I spelled it wrong. Environment variable names. Cool. So yeah, I think I see people chatting about, why is that variable name so long? We could just call this environment variables, but the thing is, it's not the environment variables, it's the name of the environment variables. This is some enterprise level code. I mean, I think this is just like some coding that is reusable and will be easily changed in the future because we don't have strings all over the place. So now that we have that, we can use these in the error messages. Where were we? Schemas, config. And so let's create a little function, get error message, pass in the environment variable name. It's not that I don't want to do React stuff. I mean, we're going to get into it. And honestly, we're going to be writing database model code first. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done here that I got to do at some point, right? And so I'm doing this stuff now. I'm doing it now. Okay. And this is just going to return this. But this now becomes a template string that uses the environment variable name inside of it. Great. And then now I can reuse this in multiple places, but we need to import the environment variable names. Great. String, because I'm going to pass in a specific enum value. So the way I'm going to use this here is I'm going to say get error message with environment variable names dot base URL, like that. And then this will be get error message with environment variable names dot Deno env. And then this will be environment variables dot, what is this variable? Host, db host. And this will be dot db username. And then this one is going to be db password. Look at all this type completion I'm getting. That's really the main reason I did all this weird refactoring. And this is not the db name, this is the db username. This one is the db name. Great. And then I think we can just pass this in here. Number. Let's look up number on Zod. Like, what do I do if it's not there? Number? Oh, I can add a default value. Let's do that. $5432 is the Postgres port. And this one is Discord client ID. And this one is Discord client secret. Cool. I'm going to run my Deno linter. So we did set up, if we look in the Deno.json. We set up Flint, which does a Deno format and a Deno lint. So we do Deno run, or Deno task Flint. Cool. And let's see what it did. Yeah, so it updated the formatting on here. Cool, yeah. So I think we're good here, but now, whenever I start it up, we'll get all of those descriptive variable names. So missing DB name environment variable, missing DB password, missing DB username. Great. That's what we wanted. Tell me what I did bad. So, allowed strings DB name. Oh, I see. Like in the. Well, I don't know if everything. Yo, welcome in, Rai. Welcome in. So like Deno.get will accept any string, right? So I mean that's why I've like parameterized these and put it into an enum, because I want to pull the strings from that specific enum. Enum. We do have an environment variable for the port, but I'm also defaulting to 5432 because that's the default Postgres port anyways. Enforce it with the enum type. How would I go about doing that? Yeah. The DB's gonna get dropped a million times. We disabled that a second ago. Can you just print error message instead of the whole error objects? That's what we were getting into initially with this validator, and then I just went back and was like, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. Because I mean, these error messages are pretty useful. Yeah, I don't know. Do I always code like this, or is it just for stream? Oh, just for stream. I want people to be able to see. Like, the thing is, even if I zoom out here, some people are watching on mobile, and this is also really hard to see. So it's kind of like either the text is really big, or you can't see anything at all. I'm okay with the text being this size. Yeah, Nebius, feel free to ask. What do you mean, Veritatas? We do have this enum. Yeah. Is Deno preferable to Node these days? I would say it's still early days. The ecosystem is growing, and things like Deno Fresh have gotten released, but it's nowhere near the adoption of Node.js. Yeah. I appreciate that. Natlandio says the size is useful. Anebius has a question. Big question. It says, hope all is well. My question is related to live technical interviews. I have 3 to 4 years of experience as a front-end engineer, and I currently have 3 upcoming live technical interviews spread across next week and the week after. And I'm going to be asked questions and tested in object-oriented programming and data structures. Cool. While I know that the purpose of the technical interviews is to test my problem-solving skills, communication, and you'll have to type another message. But I see what you're getting at. You have an upcoming interview. You're going to be doing some Java stuff. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Oh, I see what you're saying, but Josie. The reason I'm leaving the property names as is I want to be able to pass it in so that the library accepts it. So these property names right here, like the lowercase ones, are what the actual database connector, that's what this is expecting. So that's why I'm not doing the names as the actual environment variable names, because I want to be able to just pass from the config object into the DB library. How to enforce the enum type? Where? I don't see your. Tell me again. Tell me again. Cool. While I know that the purpose of technical interviews is to test my problem-solving skills, communication skills, how I approach them, I'm not confident in my knowledge with the OP and data structures. Basically, I know how to code, but if someone asks using technical keywords or deep Java, I get lost. How can I prepare for these interviews in this short time? Any tips to excel at them? It's hard. Hard to answer because, like, if they are going to be testing you on that stuff, I guess, like, they're expecting you to know it, right? And so if you're not super comfortable with it, then it's, I mean, maybe you're not ready, but at the same time, it is possible that you lack the vocabulary, right? So they may be talking about something that you know what they're talking about, but you've never used that term before, so you can get lost or it seems confusing. I see what you mean. I'll caveat all of this with, I think I've only been the interviewee 3 or 4 times in my life. I've interviewed at very few jobs. Pretty much every interview I've done, I just get the job. So I don't have a lot of practice interviewing. I have interviewed people, a lot of people, but the interviews that I ran were not data structures or algorithm interviews. I ran interviews where I basically gave an existing React code base to someone and had them implement a feature inside of it. So I'm probably not the best to give you this kind of advice. I know we do have some Java people in the chat. So if Java people want to talk about what's the best way to get up to speed on this stuff, and also like what's the best way to make sure you're using the right words and vocabulary when you're talking about it, that would be great. We can get some chat advice going. Yeah. In the get message function, you're using string as the type for the parameter. Use the enum type instead. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and that's actually not going to change anything. That's easy. See, that's easy. So because if I do environment variable names like that, now I can't just pass any string. It has to come from that. Okay. I fixed it, everyone. Yeah. And Finn is asking, when I'm doing these kind of full stack apps, do I prefer using Deno or Node over something like Python or Ruby? Most of my recent professional experience is in node.js, so that's why I prefer these kinds of things. I haven't built many backends with Python or Ruby. Like I've done a basic Ruby on Rails app. I fixed some bugs in a Ruby on Rails app at one of my jobs. I've done some basic Django apps, but JavaScript is just what I'm the most comfortable with. Eventually, we're going to branch out here and try to build other things in other backends, but for now, it's mostly JavaScript and TypeScript. Oh, you got a logo? Let's check it out, Mark. Thank you. Deno.env.toObject do? It might give you, I think it's going to give you all of your environment variables as an object. Yeah. Oh, I like it. I like it. Great work, Mark. Yeah, I mean, I think that I agree with that. You want to be honest. So if they use words that you're not used to using in describing things, say that. But I think the issue happens when you say that and then they don't understand and they think you just don't know how to do anything. Yeah. So I'll just say, anybody that's new in here, any questions about what I'm using or whatever else, I'm just skipping over because we spend a lot of time talking about it. So if you want to see the code, click there. If you want to know why we're doing what we're doing, go watch streams from 3 weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would agree, and that's why I was trying to restructure this. Like, basically, these pieces right here are the ones we care about. So we could restructure this to only show those. Yeah. And welcome in, Swingware. Does it pay to become familiar with JavaScript before TypeScript? I would say if you have done other things, like if you have written C# or Java, TypeScript would probably come pretty naturally. But if you've never done TypeScript before, it's a superset of JavaScript. So all valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript. So I do think that it pays to know the JavaScript language itself before introducing types in TypeScript. Yeah. When to use a platform as a service over a virtual private server? When you don't want as much responsibility, because the platform as a service is going to hide a lot of the details from you. And things will kind of just work, but you have less control. Whereas with a virtual private server, you're in charge of installing the operating system, updating the operating system, everything else. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, if you basically to the person asking about like how do you prepare is just start writing some OOP stuff. Like, you can definitely find some exercises like with test suites and stuff like that on practicing OOP, and that might be a good place to start. But yeah. Yeah, so this is a backend Deno and Fresh app. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I agree. That logo is cool. If you want to learn OOP, you don't want to jump straight into Java, it wouldn't hurt to do basic Rails app. You're brand new to software. Sure. Task start verbose. Are we not doing that? Deno.json. Let's see what it gives us. I'm curious. It's not a thing. We can't do it. Not every valid JavaScript code is valid TypeScript code? Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is. TypeScript is a did I say the word wrong? Superset? Any valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript. Yeah, exclamation mark project. You can see it on GitHub. It has the MIT license. Superset. Come on, Terawatt. I mean, this is Stack Overflow. We can go to the source, but in the TypeScript specification, every JavaScript program is a TypeScript program. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what Okay, if we're getting like specific or semantic about it, obviously the whole reason you're using TypeScript is you would put types on it. Like, you wouldn't just leave your JavaScript code that way. However, there are a lot of things that you might want to, in the code that you're writing, that you might want to ignore about TypeScript sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. And in that case, it pays to know how to do the JavaScript version. That's really all I'm saying. I don't know. We're way derailed. That's what I'm saying. I feel like there are people here specifically to derail me, and I honestly need to calm down. Someone remind me that everything's going to be okay. The main thing is I just get a lot of anxiety about the projects themselves, right? Because we set off to build this thing, and really in the effort to try and write decent code that I would be proud to commit at work or proud to be paid for, in an effort to do that, we haven't actually gotten to any actual features yet. Everything is just configuration, setup, and really I'm just trying to power through all of that so we can build the app. And I guess the other thing there is once we have like a default or base setup, in the future, if I were to build another fresh app, I could kind of just use this as a boilerplate, right? But because we don't, because we're starting from scratch, I'm spending a lot of time on it. But, thanks everyone. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely true. But like, the TypeScript compiler would compile it if you add a ts-ignore comment on it, which obviously defeats the purpose of using TypeScript. But that's all I was saying. Thank you, ZZ. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, then it's JavaScript. It's not TypeScript. Sure, but not necessarily, because any valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript. So technically, it is TypeScript. It's not using the features of TypeScript, but I would say it's still TypeScript. Also, I don't think it matters that much. I don't think it matters that much, Terawatt. I really don't. Cool. All right. At this point, we've pretty much done what I set out to do. We have this config parser. It's throwing errors. I do agree. I do agree that these errors are somewhat ugly. We're going to leave them for now. But in the future, we may go clean this up. We may. Yeah. Would I prefer React or Vue, or just use JavaScript or TypeScript? I like Vue a lot, but see, here's the thing. Even saying that, this starts a whole nother conversation of why is Vue Vue better than React? Here's my short answer. I'm very productive in Vue.js. Typically, I have to write less code than in React. And the Vue.js ecosystem is very consolidated in that pretty much everything you want to do is either in the core library or from the core team. Whereas in React, it's kind of the Wild West, which is fine. Some people prefer that, but we've talked about it a lot on the stream. I like to get things done. I care less about like what specifically we're using. It's more about delivering business value. And I say it in that voice because, I mean, that's how people in enterprise or whatever else sound. But that's really what matters at the end of the day, is building something that's useful for people, not necessarily what you use to build it. So yeah. All right. I think I'm done with the config validation. Let's write some database models. This is closer to actually delivering business value. So let's do it. Yeah. First of all, it's great that we're getting errors now. So to talk about like why I even did what I just did there, when someone else clones this repo down, like let's say it's a new developer on the team and they want to start using this code base, I want the code to help them get set up. And so if they spin up this app and they don't create an environment file, a .env file, I want the app to tell them that, like the from a developer's perspective, and that's what it's doing. So now that I have these all set up, it shouldn't error out, but it does. Maybe I can't modify the .env. Yeah, there we go. So now if I have all of the required variables in my .env, then it does not throw an error and the server actually spins up. And then we can get back to that silly example we showed earlier of server rendered versus client rendered. Yeah, all right. I'm going to reset my my client secret really quick, and then we'll write some database model code. Vue.js or Next.js? That is not the comparison you want to make. You want to make the comparison between Next.js and Nuxt.js, because Next.js uses React, Nuxt.js uses Vue. Here we go. leak number 2. Oh, this is nice. It's asking me for my two-factor authentication code, even to reset it. Nuxt is going to change 10 times before it goes to prod. Sure, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. I haven't built a production app with Nuxt. I've done some just example stuff. But I have seen that like Nuxt is moving fast. In that things are changing. I don't know how many like breaking changes they introduce. And how often they do that, but it is moving fast. My env cloak extension has stopped working for some reason. Yeah, and that's a valid opinion, Terawatt. It's like anything you use is going to have some kinds of abstractions. I don't think React has enough abstractions. It reveals too much, which results in more code. Which, again, you could be for or against, because you're like, oh, well, more code means I have more control. But I think the abstractions in Vue are just enough. But that's also based on my past programming experience, because the first front-end framework I ever used was Vue.js, which is like before, not Vue, sorry, AngularJS, before the more recent Angular. And I was one of the people that learned AngularJS really well. I learned it well enough that I knew how it worked, and I knew how to write code that didn't suck. Like I knew how to write code that didn't have a bunch of two-way data binding change watchers everywhere, like only having binding where it's actually necessary, not using root scope for everything. So for me, when I was writing Angular, I did it the right way and it worked well enough for me. But it was really easy to just put things on the root scope, which is basically like a global variable. And that's why AngularJS got a bad rap for that, and also like the two-way data binding. But like I said, I was very productive in AngularJS, and I loved it. And Vue.js is like the AngularJS reborn. Angular is just like a completely different thing. Right now, I'm trying to hide my .env, but the cloak extension is not working. Let's see. Cloak isn't working. Seems like a buggy extension. Like, it works sometimes, but not all the times. Oh well. All right. Yeah. Yeah, and Chet is saying I could build Angular 1 apps so fast. I mean, for me, it's the same. I can build, in terms of developer productivity, I'm as productive with Vue.js. Okay. Just what I want from an extension that hides my secrets to not work. Exactly. All right, everyone. We're 2 hours into stream, and we get to check a box. Can I get some claps in chat? We did a thing. We are now validating our schema, or validating our config using a schema validator, which is great. Now, let's define our database models, which is going to let us interact with our database. And so right now, we currently have a user model. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, so like I said, AngularJS is not Angular. And that's one of the issues with Angular, is the confusion of the naming, and then also the fact that when they became Angular, they were basically a different framework. Yeah. Okay. This is our user model. And if you were looking earlier when we were like requesting our user objects, this is why the user only has an ID. We created a basic model just to get things working, but now we can start to expand it. And real quick, I'll pull open my lucid chart diagram that we created last time, which describes the tables in our database. And then we'll use that database description to set up the models. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I mean, and that's another point in terms of like, so if you're watching this and you're a beginner coder, or let's say you're fresh out of college or something like that, and you want to learn web development, the thing is, most jobs are in React, right? And most of the time, if you're getting a job somewhere, you don't have a choice in what you're going to use. You're going to use whatever your employer uses. You'll likely just learn React and do Next.js because that's what everyone is using. But if you are in a position where you can choose the technology, or you can have some influence on choosing the technology, that's really when more of your opinions can come into play. But I will say, I think a lot of React developers have Stockholm syndrome. Like they're being held hostage by React, and now they're justifying using React to themselves. That's not true for everyone, but I think it's true for a lot of React developers. Okay, this is our database model. We've got a user. It can have a social profile, one or more. A user can create a list, and then that list can have multiple spots on it. So the one thing we're missing from our user object is the display name property. So right here, I'm going to add display name. Oh yeah, I'll push it up. Yeah, I'll absolutely do that. Let me just go ahead and do that. Thank you, Cryophonic. Did we really change that many things? Oh, we did a format. I was like, what? Format. Lint. Add config schema validation. Go. Cool. It should be on GitHub now. Awesome. So I am going to pull up the Deno DB documentation because this is the library that we're using. So far, like I said, we've only set up that user model, and so now we want to add all of the other tables, other models, and other info about it. So now we want a display name property. And it is a string. Let's give it a max length of 255. It's probably even too big for display name. I mean, we could probably even do 100. Your display name can't be longer than 100 characters. Thank you for that focus mode, Mark. We're going to do it. In 30 minutes, we're going to set up these models and then get login going. Cool. So I'm not going to allow a null display name. Like you have to set your display name when logging in. And I think by default, I'll set your display name to whatever your username is for whatever social auth you use. Cool. That's it for the user model. It has a created at and updated at field, and it's pointed at the user table. Awesome. So now let's create a social profile model. This is going to point at the social profile table. I'm actually going to kill Deno for now because every time it restarts, it's going to try to recreate these tables. I'm going to have it wait until we're done here. So yeah, we want a social profile table. It is going to have a foreign key reference to the user table, but I think we'll set that up next. Social profile has an auto-incrementing ID. Great. What else do we want? We want a provider type, which is going to be an enum. Data types dot enum, and I think there's a way to tell it what the possible values are, and I think it'll create that enum. Lowercase enum. And then it wants an array of strings. So we'll have, for now, Discord, and eventually we'll have Twitch. Maybe we'll also add Google. Enum. I think this is probably all we'll have. And I think I can actually just do this. Instead of specifying an object, I can just put it on there because it doesn't have any other things. Though, I probably also want the nullable to false. Allow null false. So that way you have to have a provider type. And then also, over here on user, I don't want display name to be able to be null, so I'm gonna set that to false. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Facebook login. Yeah, I was gonna put GitHub on here, but now I'm thinking we just stick to the things that most people have, and it's not developer focused. So we'll do Discord, Twitch, and Google. Cool. All right, so we got provider type. What else do we have? Provider ID. This is a string. We do have the text type. So that's what's interesting about Postgres is the text type allows for strings of any length, and it's dynamic. And that you don't have to specify the length ahead of time. It makes sense to specify the length, because then you don't have like the potential for like a bunch of random, really long strings in your DB. So we will do it to string, and then we'll say length. Yeah. So this is just for users that are logging in. Yeah. So was it Finn? Yeah, Finn is asking why are we doing this? So any user that logs into our app, we're going to allow them to log in with one of these things. So it's not the owner of the business; it's the person creating the list. And we're using these social auth providers because it's the ones that a lot of people have. Yeah. No worries, Finn. It's a good question. Like, what does this mean? And that's what it means. Okay, provider ID is the unique ID of your user that comes from one of these services. What is the maximum possible length we could expect from that? I don't know. I think 100 is probably more than enough. Google OAuth profile user ID length. Yeah, so this person's asking about MySQL. You should use varchar because the data you're trying to save is from a third party. You can't be certain if it's numeric only. Yeah, so I'm using varchar, but how long should I allow it to be? Okay, Google OAuth is 21 digits long. Discord user ID length. 255, the default. How long are user IDs? $17, $18. And what's the other one? I mean, Twitches are tiny. Not username, but ID. I could look at the API response. Yeah, and so that's basically what we're trying to consider. Is how long are the IDs now? And I guess I'm trusting this Stack Overflow post that says Google OAuth is 21 digits long, Discord is 18, and then Twitch IDs are a number. Let's look at like the get user endpoint. It's a number like this. And that's 9. I mean, there's probably a bigger number than that, so it's like 10. We can probably confidently set this to like 50. we should be future proof. You can support trillions of IDs with just 9 characters. Yeah, but some services might use like a UUID. Twitch ID 1 exists, yeah. Max 100. Really? Well, not the username, the user ID, which is different. The user ID is this. The login might have a maximum length of 100. Right? $36 characters for a UUID. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, no worries. I mean, I appreciate people giving suggestions. Yeah, and so basically, I mean, this is why I'm even talking about this, because this is a decision that's going to affect how much data we're using in our database. Now, honestly, this is minuscule. Like, I could probably set it to 255 and like never have to worry about it. But also, you know. My fan is crazy in the mic. Yeah, I mean my you can see that I have this shock mount. The mic is closer to the fan. Yeah, I know it's probably not super loud, but I know it is audible. It is audible. Why have a user ID if we have a username? Because the Twitch username could change, but the ID never changes. And so if someone logs in one time and their username is something, and then the next time they log in it's a different username, we want to make sure that we tie them back to the same user and we don't create a new one. Yeah. Cool. So this is a string type, maximum length of 50. Why is this complaining? We'll fix that error in a second. All right. We have provider ID. Now we have username. That I'm going to set to 255. Max length. Can't be null. And then we have our avatar URL. There is something that says like the maximum possible URL length. We could look this up. I think there's a maximum length that's like supported in certain browsers. Yeah, 2083 is the max supported in Internet Explorer. Like you literally can't have a URL longer than 2083. I'll look into that next, Finn. Basically, there's likely, I'm hoping we can probably do something like index true to set up an index, but it's a good point. I would want to put an index on the provider ID because we're going to be looking up and upserting based on that provider ID. Discord avatars can be null. Okay, so I'm not necessarily trusting you. I could look it up, but I think it's a good point that not every service may provide an avatar, so I'll allow it to be null. I'll be explicit about it and allow null true. So an index is automatically provided on the primary key. So if you're looking up by primary key ID, you get an index by default. Any of the other fields, if you're going to be querying on them often, you would want an index so your queries are faster. All right. I guess that's everything. I don't think there's a data type URL because this is these are Postgres, or actually just like SQL data types. And when you store a URL in a SQL database, it's just a string. Cool. Username. Provider ID is actually the unique thing. And Guillermo Rodas, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We are we're working on an app. Right now we're setting up our database models. But what were you working on? Code and practicing English. Nice. Well, welcome in. Glad to have you. But yeah, so we're working on an app in built with Fresh, which is a Deno framework for building server-side rendered apps, among other things. Right now, we're doing things that aren't Fresh specific. We're setting up some DB models. And so last time on stream, we designed our database, and now we're actually implementing it in code. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Finn. Like, technically, this library could have provided a URL type that is of type string with a maximum length of 2038 or something like that. Okay, I think we're good to go there. Let's see, how do we set up relationships? Because this is a one-to-many relationship, meaning a user can have many social profiles. Like, I can have a Google profile, and I can have a Twitch profile, and a Discord profile. So this is what I want. And then Oh, that's cool. I can actually just, yeah, this is exactly what I want. So a social profile has one user. So these are all our database fields. I could call this, let's call it user, and then has one user. Wait, you can't have this in the static method. What are you doing? Right? So we imported the user. I guess if you do have... Yeah. We'll figure this out in a second. I mean, right now I am getting a type error. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It started happening, I think, after the enum type, maybe? Yeah, so that's fine. And then okay, so I guess you can have this in a static method. But it probably just refers to the class itself. Yeah, so it refers to the prototype. So it's the same thing as doing social profile that has one. Okay. I don't think it likes my enum type. Yeah, when I do this, it fails, and so I think it wants me to do that. What if I do this? That's what I need. So this is a built-in method for creating an enum type, but I'm going to spread it and then make sure that it can't be null. That's what I want. Okay. And so one social profile has one user, and then on the user model, users have many social profiles. So we do something like this. Call it social profiles. Has many social profile, and then it auto imported that. Great. What was I going to look into? Indices. Data types? Field descriptors? So has one and have many comes from this, but this is type user and this extends model. So those are coming from the base model type inside of DenoDB. So this base type has the has many, like this. Yeah, it doesn't look like in their docs they have anything about indices or indexes. Let's look on GitHub to see if anybody has mentioned it in the issues. Index. Was there a plan to support indexes a year ago? You can add an index on table creation or after the fact with something like Deno Nessie, and the queries made by this library should take advantage of those indices. That makes sense. Deno Nessie is a modular library for Postgres, MySQL, MariaDB. So this is, it's a migration library. This is a library you would use just to set up your tables, and then what they're saying is you use DenoDB to query your tables and database. Yeah. So we could use something like this, or we could probably even use just the direct Postgres driver to set up the indices. We'll add ourselves a note. To do, add an index using another library, ... Cool. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can go from like database first, meaning you design the database using data definition language, or something like a query builder or something like that. This is nice from a developer perspective because you don't have to do all of that lower level DDL stuff. You define the model and it generates the table. And so like doing this should actually create a foreign key constraint. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. We need that here. We need a foreign key constraint. Well, not here. Did we not put user ID on there? We didn't put user ID. That user ID needs to have a foreign key constraint. Can we do an unsigned integer? Okay. Can we do foreign key constraints? I don't know if we can. Foreign key. Will it create the foreign keys for me? Create our models. Oh, I see. We need to do this. And behind the scenes, it automatically creates user ID or owner ID. I don't like that because I want to put an underscore in my property. So I wouldn't define user ID like that. But after I've loaded both models, like this, so load the models, then set up the relationships. Like this, and say a social profile belongs to a user. And then we export it again. So my understanding is that this is going to add that user ID column to social profile. Yeah. Ooh, look what they're doing. They're setting it up here. Maybe we can we can see we can do it manually instead of trying to do it the way they do it. So they're actually putting it on fields. So that's cool. And then yeah, right here you can see they're doing the thing, and I want mine to have an underscore ID. Oh, we can pass in foreign key. Cool. So we actually can do I believe foreign key user ID. And that should use user ID. Type integer, relationship single. Cool. Seems fine. All right. we have created the user model, the social profile model. And so we can say user has many social profiles. That's great. And a social profile has one user. Let's start it up. We're going to drop everything whenever we start. Drop the existing user table and see what happens. We'll go take a look at our table descriptions after we start it up. All right. It started up. Actually, I think I might want to add adminer, so we can go look at the table definitions. Do I have? I guess I could also install the Docker thing. Here we are. Here's the DB. Give me a console. Nice. We want to connect to our database with the username. I gotta look up my connection info. I could use adminer. I'm just gonna do it from the command line and see what our stuff is. You can't see my whole secret. You can't. The DB username is freshyfresh. The password is freshy fresh secret. Here we go. No. Invalid option U. Leak number 3. It doesn't like my up arrow. Is it capital U? Database freshyfresh does not exist. Our database is called Fresh Spots. Capital U, freshyfresh, fresh spots. Database fresh spots does not exist. Fresh dash spots. Hey! Why didn't it ask me for a password? Oh well. Describe my tables. We have a user table and a social profile table. Great. Describe the table user. How do you describe table user? Describe user. Hey! And it did set up that foreign key constraint. Cool. So a user has an ID, a display name, created at, updated at, user primary key, and it is referenced by, it has a foreign key constraint. Or wait. User ID in the social profile table references user ID in this table. Yes. Yes. Great. It's happening. Seems fine to me. I'm going to kill the backend app again. We'll continue setting up our models. Though, I mean, I am curious, though, like, they are setting up foreign key constraints, so, like, how are they doing that? Why couldn't I set up, or not constraints? Well, yeah, they're setting up constraints and indices. Could I look at their code base and then try to do it for my provider ID as well? Curious. Yeah. Yeah, 99% of the time you want on delete cascade. So basically, if I delete a user from the user table, its social profiles automatically get deleted, which is what you want. You don't want stale data. However, a lot of apps actually don't do hard deletes. They do what are called soft deletes. So you might actually have a field on here called deleted. That's of type Boolean. And do we have default? Is that valid? And then when you delete something, instead of removing it, you just set deleted to true. We're not going to worry about that. We're not going to worry about that. Yeah, or deleted at, like, the date it was deleted at, which maybe might start off as null, for sure. Okay, let's keep moving. Now we need a spot list. So this is going to be a list of spots. Ooh, that's not good. We will call this a spot list. It has timestamps. It has an ID. We did say ID was going to be a UUID, though. UUID, it's the primary key. It must be unique. And we don't want it to auto-increment, but it would be nice if we could have or specify the UUID function to auto set it on insert, so we don't have to set it ourselves. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Something like that, American 2050. Like, if we can specify actual SQL code to run for the default value. It's a database extension? Default value. UUI did generate v4 is probably what we want. Oh, and then you need an extension? Well, we'll generate it in application code. It ships with core? Okay, so why are they telling me to enable it? How old is this answer? Oh, this answer is from 2015. That makes sense. Gotta enable it. Okay, and that depends on where we're going to deploy to as well. Like right now, I would have to run that locally. Yeah, we're going to just do this in application code. We're going to add a to-do here. To-do. Do this in the DB instead of on create. All right. We have ourselves an ID. We also have, we're going to set up the user ID on the spot list. So a spot list has one user. That's already set up. Great. We then need a name of the list. It can't be null, and it's going to have a max length of 255. It's also going to have a description. I'm going to do this type text. And it can be null. So text is a Postgres type that can be of any length. And that's fine with me, I think. No, it's not. People are going to try to put a bunch of random stuff in here. You have 2,000 characters at most to specify the description. 280? I mean, I'm thinking you could have a whole blog post here. How long is a blog post? How many characters is a blog post? And then we've got some booleans. Defaults? Default. Banana. Ham. I was just saying if it even cares when I add extra properties, because I need to figure out how do you do a default value, or can you even do a default value? Set defaults. If you want one of your fields to have a default value, use the static defaults property. Okay. Fine with me. Cool. So we have public. I'm going to go ahead and throw this down here. Public is false by default. And published is also false by default. Published. Great. I'm curious if this just gets set on a create, like if it reads from those properties, or if it actually is actually doing something at the database level. This is just how it's saying to do it. Like you have a separate object called defaults. Don't know. Great. We're almost there. One more table. Oh, and actually, so while we're here, let's go ahead and add it to our models list. So now we also want spot list. So that gets imported in. But then we can set up the relationship as well. So we'll say a spot list belongs to a user, like that. So that'll add the user ID column on the spot list. Great. Last one is a spot. Thank you, Worsty, for that focus. We're in the home stretch. We'll almost have our models defined. And then we'll switch gears. We'll try to get a map on the page, because I have a feeling that might actually be pretty difficult, given the fact that, well, maybe it's not difficult, but I don't know what map libraries are going to be supported by Preact and Deno. I guess technically it's running on the client anyways. What's up, Nikki Poo? You're a little bit late. We've been here for almost 3 hours. Okay. We got a spot. Quick stretch. Oh, you had a severe one crash, one computer guy? My condolences. Hopefully it all worked out. Hopefully you got it fixed. You missed a lot. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I've been pretty cranky today with, I don't know. How do I plan to handle paginated data? I don't. So basically, whenever you're looking at a map, you're only ever going to see the spots that belong to that one specific list. Now, I mean, it is possible that someone adds 1,000 spots to a list, and then you might deal with a scenario where you're trying to add 1,000 dots to the map. Even then, most front ends can handle 1,000 dots on a map. We're never going to show all the spots in the system on the map at the same time. It's really only one list at a time. What we could do, though, and actually, I mean, this kind of gave me an idea, is the spot list could have a center, like a center latitude and longitude. And that way, like on the home page, we could show dots that represent the whole list, and then you have to click on the list to see the spots associated with that list. I like that. Let me just add a note. I'm not going to do it now, but eventually. To do. Add center coordinates. And those center coordinates could be calculated based on all of the spots that have been added to that list. All right. We've got list ID, user ID. We've got name and description, just like we had for the list itself. I'll leave those same length. And then we have a latitude and a longitude. And we are just setting those to float. Cool. So one spot has the user that created it, and then they also have the list that it belongs to. Though, I don't think I would ever have to query the list. Or I don't think I would ever want the list associated with the spot itself. It's always going to be spot with an array of lists. Or sorry, spot list with an array of spots. And then a spot, we're going to go back to just a regular plain old auto-incrementing ID. It doesn't need to be a UUID. We wanted a UUID on spot list because we could reuse that whenever we link to a list. But spots can only be associated with one list. We made that design decision last time. Basically, spots are not shared between lists. It's not like at least right now, you couldn't go and search for a spot and see what lists what list that specific spot is on. The idea is you have to go into a list to see the spots. Okay. Spot has an ID, name, description, latitude, longitude. Has a user. This should be it. We'll go in here and add the spot as well. Look at that. And then we'll set up the relationships. So a spot belongs to a user, and a spot also belongs to a list. And we're going to call that list ID. A spot list. Okay, I think we've done it. Let's start up our app and see if it fails. Ah! Relation ID already exists. Oh, I think we probably turned off drop. Let's make sure we're dropping the existing. No. Try again. Relation ID already exists. Is it this? Is it not like this? I don't even know where this error is happening. It happens on db.sync and then create table. I don't think I have any models that I accidentally defined ID twice. Yeah, it probably has something to do with this. So a spot belongs to a list. Spot belongs to a user. Drop db fresh spots. Drop db I think is a it is a Postgres. It's a command that gets installed globally whenever you set up Postgres on a server. What do you mean by that, Terawatt? Like, it took me a long time to write it, or it's a lot for some models? What I wanted to do was to drop the database. I think what I'm going to do, just to save myself time, is literally kill the Docker container, remove the existing DB data, start it back up, and then rerun my Deno app. Okay, yeah. Please work. I think it has to do with my foreign key references. Let's see which one. One at a time. So we do know that one works. Let's try this one. Is this the point where we stop using Deno? No, we'll figure it out. That's the whole point of all of this, is we'll figure it out. One at a time. So I've gotten rid of all of those relationships. It's still erroring, which makes me think that it's actually one of the models. So let's see which model it is. Okay, so we can do user and social profile, but the moment we try to start doing a spot list, things break. So let's look at our spot list definition. So can we just register spot list as a possible model? We can't. It do not like that. So let's look at spot list. I mean, we are trying to do a UUID here. And maybe it doesn't like this allow null, but I mean, the fact that it's a primary key, it's already null? True. Nope. Let's change it to be an integer and see if it still breaks. It doesn't. So it does not like a primary key that is a UUID. Yeah, we just deleted that to do because we're not using UUIDs anymore. Okay, yeah, so it does not like a primary key UUID. We might just have to add another field to get this library going. They might have verbose logging. Let's see. Connect it to your database. Debug true. Let's add this. And let's see what it's running. We probably will be... Hopefully we'll be able to see the actual SQL code it's running to generate these tables. And then we can see... And I think that's exactly what's happening. So because this is of type UUID, it tries to create another ID column that is of type integer. And that might just be in the code itself. It basically assumes that if there is no integer type ID column, then it creates one, and that might be what's happening under the hood. We can do connector. Cool. It is showing us the sequel, but my guess is that like that is that's what's happening. So watch. We're gonna rerun this. It starts here. My guess is it tries to create spot list with 2 ID columns. So ID of type that, yeah, so this is the schema. Just so we get some clean logs, let me also only register that table. The error was that I believe you, but I want to see it better, and then we can get rid of this for now. All right, we should get the error now. And the only thing we're trying to create is the spot list model, which has an ID of type UUID. Boom, and then it fails. So primary key ID ID type UUID. Why did it restart the server once? You can't have the unique constraint on UUID? Why not? You have to. You have to. Yeah. I appreciate the debugging help, SQL Boardster. We could remove that. I mean, I would be baffled if that's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah, it does drop the DB every time. It's literally unique true. That fails. And then if I remove unique true, it works. You think I can keep allow null? Let's see. Okay, let's research this because that's baffling. Postgres UUID primary key unique. I'm baffled. Well, here's the thing, and I'll be honest. Like, I have not used UUID as a primary key column in Postgres. I've always used integers, unsigned integers. I haven't had to worry about iterating the database to get all the user IDs or different things like that because everything was locked down anyways. There would be no way to iterate unless you have the privileges to do that in all of the apps that I've built. Yeah, so I mean, I think this is technically like a Postgres issue. Like, it doesn't. Unique? UUIDs can be sorted, sure. Primary key creates a unique index. So unique is redundant at this point. Welcome in, Grezul. We're just gonna go with that. Like, because it's a primary key, it has to be unique anyways. So yeah, and then it might just be an issue of the Deno DB library trying to use both of these. That causes the thing to error out. To do. Not needed, but might be a bug in Deno DB. So, yeah, we'll, that's a potential pull request to Deno DB is isolate that error and then make it not happen, because it shouldn't be a thing. Okay. That was a rabbit hole, but I think we're out of it. I think now we can load all of our models and all of our relationships. Let's see. Nice, nice. And then if we go into Postgres, yeah, I'll turn off debugging now. Yeah, that makes sense, Try Vanilla. Like, a UUID is meant to be unique, but you would still want the constraint on there because someone might try to insert a new row with the same UUID. So even though it's unique, we need to make sure the database doesn't let us insert a duplicate. Let's remove the debug thing. Actually, we'll add an environment variable for it. Where was that? Utils, db. Config.debug db. We're going to add this field to it. No, we're not. Because it's tricky to add a Boolean field that's loaded from an environment file because you'd have to like look at the string, but that's fine. Okay, let's see what happens. It says it's listening, and then so you could cast the string to a Boolean. That'd be, oh, we might do that. Let me just add it to do. I'm not going to do it right now. To do. Load this value from env. Oh, I did the wrong slash. There we go. So these are the tables in our database. I've zoomed out so that way. So if we look at user, describe user. There it is. And if we describe a spot list, there it is, and it has a UUID that cannot be null. And the ID, UUID, is the primary key. Great. And then the spot itself has a foreign key constraint to user and list. Oh, that's awesome. It set it up as a UUID for us. That makes a whole lot of sense. Good call, Banan. So that adds extended mode, and now I can do... actually, does that? I think that just works for whenever you're querying. What's up, Slippery Booty? Welcome in. I think we're good to go. I think we have ourselves a database and we can start coding against it now. Now, it's possible we're going to have to go in and update these models later on if things change. But for the most part, we have our database defined. We have our models defined. We can now start using them. And one of the main places we want to do that is right here in our auth callback. So we got OAuth set up last time, but basically after a user gets redirected back to our app from having like logged in with Discord, for instance, this is where we want to put them into the database or update them in the database if they already exist. So this is the point where we can start doing that. All right. If you do !VS code, !VS code, !settings, I don't know what the command is. VS Code settings? Settings. VS Code. There you go. Click this link. This GitHub link. It has this is the font I use, this is the theme I use, and then some of the extensions that I use. All right, yeah, I will push this code up. And then we're gonna keep coding. I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling like I wanna get stuff done. Let's update. And actually, before we push up, let's check some boxes. Look at that. The second box we've checked today, we have defined our models. Thank you for that, Struts, Maxi. I'll probably take like a 5-minute break before we allow users to log in and out. I'm feeling good. Feeling good. Okay. Sparkles, add DB models. Go. All right, it's on GitHub. Here. Yeah, so if you want to see this code, click here. It's on GitHub. And I know there are a lot of new people joining and wondering what is happening here. This is an app where users can create and share lists of places to visit. So what we just got done doing was setting up all of the models in our code base that correspond to the database that we designed. And so we have users, they have social profiles so they can log in with Discord, Twitch, Google, etc. And that's what we're going to get working next, is the actual login. These should be checked. Why aren't these checked? Did I not push it up? Oh. Yeah, and then we're using... So, I mean, we haven't really even done much with it yet, but we are using this framework called Fresh, which might be comparable to something like Next.js, but it does a lot more server-side rendering, and it's meant to be run on the edge. Yeah, so we're using this. When I implement login, we're gonna see a little bit more of that. You're gonna see me implement a login button with that. All of the other stuff is still not even fresh. It's Deno and DenoDB, which is the library that we're using. Yeah, let me share this. Did I close it? Here we are. I can share a link to the DB. Something closer to Remix. Cool. Yeah, compared to Remix. But I mean, Remix is really close to Next.js, isn't it? Like, at least my understanding of it is anyways. What's this on the edge technology? Maybe we can talk about that after my break. If you want to view the DB model, you can go there. Basically, my understanding of it is it's very similar to how CDNs have servers distributed all over the world, and when you go to a specific website, you're likely being served from a CDN that's closest to you. Edge functions are basically functions that are executed on the edge as well, so they get distributed. So when you deploy it, your app exists in multiple servers all over the world, and when somebody goes to visit your app, they're getting served from the server closest to them. It's running code as close as possible to the user, yeah. Do I have a video on that, Katoli? I don't know if I do. I might have talked about CDNs before. Edge? CDN? I might have talked about a CDN in a Q&A video or something like that. I think I might terawatt, because basically when a user logs in, we need to keep track of that. And we could keep a session table with like session IDs, but it would be cool to talk to a separate database, a Redis database. What does Deno look like when it comes to Redis? Redis client for Deno, 384 stars. DenQ? The fastest JavaScript implementation of a double-ended queue. It has more stars than Redis. That's probably the one. It is another rabbit hole, but I mean, when we are, after a user logs in, we need some way to keep track of them. So, I mean, a key value store like Redis is super easy to use. Like, look at this. Connect to the database. So if you're new to Redis or you've never heard of Redis, it's a type of NoSQL database that is a key value store. It's basically a JavaScript object as a database, because you can set keys and then you can get those keys out. But it's really fast. It's much faster than like a SQL DB lookup, because it does a whole lot of caching and in-memory stuff. Yeah, that's another rabbit hole, and I like it. Yeah, so basically we would set like the user, like we would come up with the session ID, that would be the key, and then the value would be that user. So user ID, maybe their display name or something like that. And so when a request comes to our backend, we pull the session ID from a cookie, we look it up in Redis. If it exists, the user object that comes back is the logged in user. If it doesn't exist, unauthorized. Yeah, so this could be fun. All right, I do need to take a break, though. So the code is up there. If you want to see the code, it's here. If you like me and you want to support me, go check me out on YouTube. Can the value be an object? I think it's only strings, but you can, like, let's see, xadd. This is doing object stuff. I thought it was strings, and then you would have to like stringify it or parse it. Yeah. Yeah. So you would store the user object as a string, and then when it comes out, you would JSON parse it. Thank you for that focus mode, Klaus. We're going to use it when I get back, because I am going to take a break. Let me leave you with a video. Yeah, it's basically, it's local storage at scale. A local storage database in the cloud, which is, I mean, that's a weird thing to say, but yeah, that's kind of what it is. Okay. What should I leave you with? Global storage, yeah, instead of local storage. And you would never access, when you can't access Redis directly from the front end. You would be accessing Redis in a backend and either rendering something to the client or doing that in an API method that the client would call. I think I could probably leave you with like a recent Twitch stream. We can like seek to a specific spot where I talked about a thing. What were the content things? So yesterday we did like a updating a project's dependencies. The last time we talked about Deno, we did do a little bit, I think, on what are the different types of database. No, we didn't. That would have been a longer ago. I think. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back whenever this this thing is over. But this is going to be I'm describing what is the difference between an ORM, a query builder, and also just a database driver. Hey, look at that. That's my break timer. It's literally time to take a break. Wow. Cool. See you soon. How do we use it with JavaScript? This is some kind. I don't want this to be more than what is an ORM. To describe to you. Oh well, here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to attempt to describe to you all of the various ways that you can interact with a SQL database. So we're going to talk about database drivers, query builders, and ORMs, and describe what each one of those are. So first off, we have database drivers. And actually, let's just even take a step back and talk about SQL. So SQL, or Structured Query Language, is a general language that is used in various databases to interact with that database. And so the SQL language itself has a base specification, and then there are many databases that implement that specification and allow you to use the SQL language with them, along with some more database-specific things. So this page has a list of all the relational database management systems. So these typically will use SQL. Some of the more popular ones are things like MariaDB, or Microsoft SQL Server, or MySQL, or Oracle, or Postgres. Each one of these lets you use SQL to interact with them, but also each one has their own database-specific things that you can do. But for the most part, there is a general SQL language that is supported by all of them, like the syntax select star from users where ID equals 42. This, and actually I think I can throw this into a little SQL block like this. Hey, like that. So this is the SQL code you would write to get all users from the database who have an ID of 42. There should only be one user in the database that has an ID of 42, but this is the code that you would write, and this is SQL code. Now, you may be wondering, how do I run that SQL code on a database? For that, you need a database driver, and each database will have its own specific driver. So for instance, let's say we're trying to interact with a Postgres database, or PostgreSQL? Postgres. We're trying to interact with Postgres. If you look, and specifically I'm going to be talking about from the perspective of back-end JavaScript, these same concepts apply to other languages. You would just use different libraries. But for example, in node.js, we have this library called PG, and this is a Postgres client and a database driver. So this library allows you to interact directly with the Postgres database to send it SQL queries directly. So if we pull up, for example, their documentation, we can see how it gets set up. Can you show me a getting started? Cool. So for instance, you pull in the PG library, connect to the database, and this is actually hiding that there is some configuration somewhere that says where that database is and like how to connect to it. And then they have this function you can run where you just pass in a string, and that string that you pass in is SQL code. And so this is a direct database driver, and PG specifically is for interacting with a Postgres database. If I wanted to interact with a MySQL database, I believe the library is called MySQL. Yeah, this one. So, and actually there's also MySQL 2. I think MySQL 2 might be the more popular one. Regardless, if I really wanted to use this, I would do the research and find the most popular one. But this, again, works in a similar way, but it allows you to connect to a MySQL database. So you can see here you're specifying how to connect to that database, and then it has a query function where you can pass in some SQL code. So those two things are an example of database drivers. Essentially, you install them in whatever language you're in, and then you can send it a SQL string, and it will execute that on the database. And so that's a direct database driver. Now we get into some abstraction. So writing code like this can get cumbersome. Now, some people actually prefer to write code this way and have this kind of code in their code base. I personally don't, because the SQL code that you have all over in strings, in my experience, is kind of hard to manage, and it can really get unwieldy. And at the same time, you're also mixing SQL code with your other application code. Again, that's an argument that I'm not here to fight for, but some people prefer a higher level of abstraction, and query builders are just that. So one really popular query builder for node.js is this thing called connects.js. And essentially what this allows you to do is write code that looks like this, that at the end of the day gets turned into SQL code. So let's see an example of that. We're actually just going to do this, so it's simpler. Okay, so if you are a JavaScript developer, this line of code will pretty much make sense to you. So we're invoking connects with the string users. We're then chaining the where function and invoking it with ID and a value. But these two lines of code are actually equivalent. So in connects, I can write code that looks like this, and then I can say .then, and it will actually execute it against my database. But in order to do that, it needs to turn it into SQL code. So a query builder allows you to write this high-level code, and then under the hood, it turns it into the actual SQL code that you would need to run. I like writing code like this because it's still just JavaScript. And now I have JavaScript code all over my code base, and I can do all the JavaScripty things that I want. Like I could create a variable called like table names, and like let's say this is an object that looks like this. In other languages, this would be like an enum, and then now I could go in here and say table names.user. Right? And that makes the code a little bit more maintainable. I also could have something like column names, and I could have a user object in here, and it could have an ID property. It's like this. Now, obviously, you don't have to write code like this, but you can, and now the code gets a lot more JavaScripty. So if I saw this in my code base, I don't have strings all over the place, and I can actually write code like this. So, table, do I have a syntax error? Where's the syntax error? Table names dot user. Oh, you got it. Yeah. I forgot the S. I'm not going to run this code, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I would. These two need to match. But all of that to say that I actually do like writing code like this because I can be more JavaScripty with it. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and also, like, I guess we're not talking about the merits of refactoring and writing your code this way, but if you did write your code this way, in, let's say, the database table name changed, you would just have to change it right here, but the rest of the code would be the same. If you had SQL code like this all over the place, you would need to go in and manually update that everywhere that table was referenced. Again, you technically could use template strings and do a similar thing if you're using SQL code. The main idea here is that the code we're writing is closer to the language that we're in. So since we're in backend JavaScript, what we're writing is closer to that. And yeah, so some people, I've seen people in the chat mentioning, like, what about SQL injection or security? This automatically escapes any parameters that are passed in. So one of the issues of just directly using a database driver is if you don't parameterize your queries, you will be susceptible to SQL injection. Let me just show an example of that. So if we look at their library, so we can see in the PG example, they're doing this, and then you see this thing right here. This is known as parameterization, and essentially this is preventing SQL injection because it's saying whatever value goes right here is coming from this array of values, and it should be escaped. This should not be interpreted as actual SQL code. However, if you didn't write your code this way, and you wrote it like this, so if you wrote your code like this, and in our case, message is just a variable that I've defined, but if message was a user provided value, it was coming from like a query parameter, or a route parameter, someone could inject SQL code in here. Like, what if message was equal to, so like select star, semicolon, quote, and like, let's say we use double quotes instead. So if I did quote and then select star from super secret table, something like this, like that. So if this was a user provided value and they sent us a value like this, if I wrote my code this way, I would essentially be injecting that SQL, and I could run into a big security issue. Now, of course, like is shown in their example, don't do that. You can use this parameterization, and then you won't be susceptible to SQL injection. The nice thing about something like a query builder is it automatically does that under the hood for us. So whenever this gets turned into a actual SQL code, it's going to automatically parameterize both of these things because they're arguments to the function that's being invoked. So yeah, that's another thing to take into account. Okay, so you have essentially like the lowest of levels, right? We could write SQL code directly against our database. Okay, we're using another programming language, we would need a database driver, and then we could write very similar SQL code against that database. Then you can actually step up and have even a more abstraction, write this code, which under the hood actually runs code like this. So this is another thing I didn't mention, but Connects actually supports many different types of databases. So you can see that they support MySQL 2, PG, Amazon Redshift, SQLite, Oracle, Microsoft SQL. And so what's nice about this level of abstraction is when you set up the library, you say, oh, hey, I'm using a Postgres database, so please use the PG module under the hood. But if you switch databases for whatever reason, you could say, oh, well, just use the MySQL 2 database driver instead. Now your code stays exactly the same, but under the hood, it's just using a different database driver. Now, people would argue, like, why would you ever switch your database like that? It's more of a use case if you're doing something like, let's say in local development, you want to use a SQLite database, but then when you deploy, you want to use a Postgres database. This would allow you to do that. All of your code would be the same. You would just change your connection code and tell it to use a different database driver. Okay, now we have one more level of abstraction, and that's where ORMs come into play. So ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. And essentially, it allows us to write object-oriented. I am going to pause the video there. If this interests you, I'll link you to the video where it finishes up. But I'm back, ready to write some more code. I think code that I can do. Can't I do copy at current URL or something? There we go. There we go. Cool, so there's the Twitch link if you want to continue watching that video. The VOD I think will eventually be up on YouTube as well. Let's get all this back up and going. Hello, this is me today, right now. DX Droney is asking, what do I think about TypeORM? I tried using it a couple of times and I ran into a ton of issues. Mainly the issues came in when I was trying to do like relational type queries, ones that would involve multiple models. This is not it. This is Typeform. I wanted TypeORM, which is this. So yeah, I didn't have a good time with it. You did. No, if you go to their GitHub repo, they do have a ton of issues open. I didn't like it. My preferred one is objection. I will say everything I've ever wanted to do with objection, I was able to figure out by looking at the docs. I didn't have to search Stack Overflow. I didn't have to search anything else. I was just able to figure everything out here in objection. I have not used Prisma yet, but it's the next thing that I want to use. Oh, nice job, one computer guy. Good job. For the next project that I start, that's not Deno, I will very likely be trying Prisma because it seems pretty great as well. All right. Let's get back into writing some code. If you're just joining us, we set up this database earlier. Yeah, we designed the database last week. We got all the models going and synced them against our database today. And now we're going to do login. Yeah. And you can get a link to all the code here. Yeah, and I did have someone DM me on Twitch. They're like, hey, I can't get this thing set up. The main README is like a description of the tasks that we're doing and stuff like that. But if you go into the app folder, there is a README here that should be enough information to get you set up locally. So if you're trying to run this code locally, follow the README here. If you still can't get it running, feel free to throw a message in chat or open up an issue because I might need to update this if it's not working. Cool. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Prisma. Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, so the next thing is we are going to work on login and logout. So was it last stream? Yeah, last stream we figured out how to do social auth. So we can actually click the login. Well, we don't even have a button yet, but we can log in with Discord. Takes us to the Discord page. We say yes, allow. That redirects us back to our app. And then we have the user's profile info, and we know that that is their Discord account. So we can do that, but we weren't actually doing anything with the data yet. But now we need to handle that. So when a user tries to log in with Discord, we need to put them into the database if they don't exist yet, or update them in the database if they do exist. So that is what we're going to work on next. Right here. So give me a second. I need to reset my Discord secret one more time, and then we'll get into it. And I'll give you a rundown of the code base and where we're going to be working in it. Again, yeah. I mean, the thing, I only partially revealed it, but still, it's worth it to just reset it, because at this point, this app isn't deployed anywhere. If anyone had that value, they really couldn't do much with it. But welcome in, Post-Codemy. Glad to have you here. Anyone in chat, what are some names of some Tailwind UI libraries? Basically, libraries that provide a bunch of pre-configured Tailwind classes that it makes it more like something like Bootstrap. Windy. Okay, I'll look into that. Uno? Daisy? Daisy. I'll look at both of those. Basically, so there is Tailwind components, which is, I think, provided by the Tailwind library itself, but it's a paid feature. And so other people have created basically open source collections of Tailwind classes. That's what I'm going to find. And I mean, ideally, not ideally, but if they are what I expect them to be, it's literally just documentation where I can copy and paste from their docs, right? Right? Okay, but that's the first thing we're going to do, because I want to add a login button. So here's what we're going to do. I'll show you the code now. This is our Deno fresh application. If you look in the routes folder, index.tsx is basically our home page. Right now, we were doing some stuff to demonstrate the difference between server-side rendering and client-side rendering. I'm probably just going to wipe that code out because I don't really need it anymore. But what I need right now is a button. Yeah, I'm just going to remove this code. Like, it was fun. We did some stuff there. But for now, we're going back to basics. This is literally just going to say login with Tailwind. Or sorry, login with Discord. So I want a button, not a butt, a button that says login with Discord. And then when I click that button, that actually does the redirect to login with Discord. Boom. So we have this button, but we want it to look nice. So people are mentioning Windy CSS and then also Daisy CSS. We'll eventually use islands. Yeah, we eventually will use them. Right now, most of the stuff is going to be server rendered. Let's look at Daisy UI and then Windy. Next generation utility for CSS framework. Windy is an on-demand alternative to Tailwind. That's not what I want. I want you to give me components, like a button. Give me a button. Like that. I want that button. How do I get that button? Oh, well, it's just Bootstrap. Like, maybe Flowbyte is what I want. Basically, I want them to tell me what are the Tailwind classes that I can add to get the thing. Hey, look, it's Florin. It's Florin. I want a button. Give me a... Yes, I want that. This is what I was wanting, basically. These are all the Tailwind classes. Oh my god. So many classes. Honestly, this is why I don't use Tailwind. This is just silly. Like, why wouldn't... Please tell me, why wouldn't I put this in a CSS file? Or a CSS module? But regardless, we're gonna use it. But what I can do is I can say class equals, and then we're using TW, which is twinned, which is a way of basically putting our classes like that. And I think it automatically adds the Tailwind classes to the page and nothing more. Yeah. So, but look what we've done. So I'm going to use Flowbyte. Seems fine. I picked a thing that I want, I copied the CSS classes in, and now we get this big, beautiful button. there's probably a more scalable and better way of doing this. I mean, I think so. One of the main reasonings, I guess let's go on a rant really quick. One of the main reasons people like to use Tailwind is when you're working with a front end component library, right? Because typically what you would do is instead of having this in line like this, you would actually extract it out into its own custom class called like fresh button. And now that you've done that, you've basically defined those CSS classes once, and they are now encapsulated in this fresh button component. So that kind of makes sense, but I still like CSS modules for stuff like that. But we're going to do this for now. We'll probably just add something like Bootstrap later on. Okay, we have this button. We want it to go somewhere, which actually means it should be an anchor tag, not a button. But now we want to have a cursor. Does anyone know the Tailwind class for pointer cursor? Do I get autocomplete? Cursor point. It's literally called that. See. Hey, nice. Yeah, well, you can't add an href to a button, which is why I first turned it into an anchor tag so that I can add an href to it. Because this is technically it's really just a link that's styled as a button. Because that's how we do things these days. Oh, and then we could add a Discord. We're not going to go that far into it. But here comes the key piece. When you click this button, I want to take the user to auth/discord. And this is something we implemented last time. So if you look in here, we have this auth directory. And inside of the auth directory, it has a folder called bracket provider. Right now, Discord is the only one we've implemented. But when the user goes to auth/discord, this handler loads. It grabs the provider from the URL. In this case, the provider is Discord. We generate a link so that way we can redirect the user, and then we redirect them. And then that takes us to a login with Discord page. So now that I've done that, when I hover over it, you can see down there, we're trying to get to auth/discord. Click it. Boom, we get redirected. So first it went to auth/discord on my server, and then it redirected me to discord.com so we can do the OAuth flow. When I click authorize, that is actually going to redirect the user back to this page, which right now is just rendering out the JSON of the user's profile. So if I click authorize, that takes me back to my app, but now I just have the JSON that represents the user from Discord. I want to take this and I want to put it into my database or look up to see if this user has logged in before. So that's basically where we're at. Yeah, and some people were talking about accessibility of an anchor tag styled like a button. There might be other classes you can add or attributes to let screen readers know that this is a link. But we're not worried about that. Let's get this going. I mean, we should be. Accessibility is important. We should worry about that. But I say we're not worried about that because it's very likely that I'm literally just going to remove this button once we get everything working, and we'll put it somewhere else. Let's take a quick stretch. Oh, you're right, Klaus. I will say, though, that what I actually do at the end, I mean, I haven't done it lately, but I'll do it right now. At the end of the stream, I go in and I give everyone their points back. Yeah. Take it back. Just because the the redemption stuff isn't working as well. But you do get a focus mode. We're gonna go into focus mode and we're gonna implement this. We're gonna get it working so that when a user logs in with Discord, we either insert or update it into our database, and then they are now logged in. Though this gets to the point where we might start using something like Redis to handle our sessions. But we just want to get them into the database if they're not in there first. That's what we're gonna do right now. Let's see if we can do that in 16 minutes or less. Here we go. So we have that on the callback here. So let's see if we get some type completion. Man, we don't. And that's annoying to me because like we installed this library for a reason, and they don't have types on a lot of things. And yeah, so they don't. But who needs a type definition when you can just look at the JSON? So what I care about right now is this ID. And so what I actually want to do here is I want to see, is there a social profile in my database with the provider type of Discord and the provider ID of this given ID. So let's do that. So I need to pull in my user. Not that. User? Oh well. We'll import it manually. I need to import my user from models. Like this. So that should give me the user. Oh, never mind. I can import it directly from the user file. Like that. Okay, so I have the user model, and actually what I want is the social profile model. I probably want both, so I'm going to import both of those in here. Yeah, we could write a type definition for it, but I would prefer to make a pull request on the library itself. To do PR library with types. But the thing is, we figured out before that we needed to improve it as well, because process auth also is taking it in any type when it really should be taking in a URL type. But that got me thinking, like, okay, quick derail. So Deno auth is the library that we're using. It's this one. And right now they only have, well, not only, they have, and it's linking to an old version. These are the strategies that they have implemented. But if you are from the node.js world, you might know of a library called Grant. And Grant is like the best OAuth library ever invented. They literally look at all these OAuth providers they support, and that's because they've written their code in a very generic way that will allow for OAuth of any provider that implements the OAuth standard. Like if you look at their library, maybe it's in config. Yeah, you can see OAuth.json, and this has every single provider and what the authorization URL is, and what request URL is. So basically, you could write a generic handler, just point it at the specific OAuth name, and then have OAuth for any type of provider. And then they also have what the URL you need to make a request against once you are authorized to get the profile information. So it would be cool to write a library that works like this for Deno. And there is an issue open on Grant that talks about trying to get it working with Deno, but the main issue is it's so tied to the Node.js ecosystem, and there's like some node-specific things that it's doing that you couldn't directly support. But honestly, all we need are those two JSON files, and we can implement it ourselves. Yeah, and that's why I like this one better than Passport, because it's not a whole lot of magic. Like, you can see all of the config, and then when you set it up, you just tell it, hey, I want to use this strategy. Here's my config. Done. I mean, I guess that is kind of magic, but OAuth 2 is a standard. Like, it's done the same way because it is on every backend server that you're authing against. Oh well. I digress. And thank you, Sunny. Thank you for the prime. How would you approach a salary raise talk with my company? Got a meeting on Monday. Have a list of all of your accomplishments ready to go. Like, you are basically arguing and advocating for yourself. So you need to convince them that you have done the work to deserve a raise, whether it's how long you've been there, what you've contributed, all that stuff. So I would say definitely have a list ready to go. And yeah, I mean, and don't be ashamed to ask, because if you really think you deserve it and you think you've done the work to get that raise, then ask for it. Yeah. Okay. Put a PowerPoint together with some word art, or yeah, some clip art too. What are we doing? Right here, we're gonna search our social profile table. So we want to say where query. I gotta go look at the docs. So query models. Yeah, we should have a where. Yeah, there it is. Where. And does where take, can I pass it in object? That says like, provide, no. What I would like to do is say, like, where provider ID is user profile dot ID, and where provider is the given provider, in this case, Discord. Objects is of type unknown. So lame. Unknown is not assignable to type ID string. Can I do that? I have to use as. Like that. I guess I could do as any, but I mean, it's better to do, I mean, and I technically should define a type right here, but like I said, I would want to make a PR against the library to have that type. Or just create my own library. And then why is this complaining? Discord client is not assignable to type filled value. That makes sense. So the way we had this set up is, and where did we do that? Did we do that in utils? Yeah. We grabbed the provider there. But really what I want is context.params.provider.toLowercase. This is provider type. And that's what I want to pass in as the provider. Where provider is provider type. Cool. And then we await this. So basically what I'm doing is I just got back the user from the OAuth login. Now I'm looking them up in my database to see if we've seen this user before. For now, let's just respond with it. And in this case, it should be an empty array or null. Do we have a first? Yeah, we do have a first. We want the first one. So this should be like null or undefined. Let's see. Column provider does not exist. Provider type. But this is why I was wondering about Deno DB. Like, I don't get type completion right here. I'm curious if I get type completion on, if I do this, where provider type. Like, usually this, if they've done it right, this would give me like a, almost like an enum type completion. I guess not. Oh well. You can't have everything. Let's try again. Value is not JSON serializable. I think that's a better error. Because it's probably like null or something, but let's just log it. And so we log in, we click authorize, it redirects us, we look it up in the database, but let's see what it is. Undefined. this library is horrible. There's literally there's no option for debug in how I set up this OAuth library, but it's just logging everything. It's logging literally everything. Give me a second. Yeah, but this is worse, honestly. Though actually no, it's not, because with this information, all you can do is access my profile. You can't actually access my Discord account. Let's see. Cool. Yeah, I need to revoke this token. That just got leaked. And this is reason enough to just stop using this library. Yeah. Give me a second. Don't know how long it takes a complete noob to learn C++. It varies. It varies on a lot of things. Yeah, there's not an easy way to answer that question, because it varies for everyone. It also depends on like what you want to be able to do. Yeah, so it logged my OAuth token, but like I said, that OAuth token only lets you do what the scopes allowed for. And right now, the only scope I asked for was profile. So if you use that OAuth token, you should only be able to get my user profile using it. Should. And I say should because, I mean, so that page that I was on where it said, do you want to log in, and I click authorize, that's the page that says basically what you have access to with this given OAuth token. This is just giving me a... Yeah, I mean, I should technically be using a test account, but like I said, this... should not have should not have access to anything on my Discord account, given the scopes that I logged in with. Okay, so I just tried to revoke it, but I think to test if it's working, I should try to get my profile using the access token. So right now I'm just trying to make sure that my token actually is revoked, because the revoke endpoint for Discord just responds with an empty object. It doesn't tell me if it actually was revoked. So I'm trying to use the token, but I need to make sure, I need to figure out how do I specify the access token? If it's in like a bearer authorization header or something like that. Oh, it's very, I mean, like I said, Terawatt, I'm pretty sure that all you can do is get my profile using that token. Yeah, I guess the best way to figure it out is just get a new token and then see if I can use it. Let's see. Yeah, and so this is what I'm talking about. When I do this OAuth flow, these are the only accesses that should be granted with the access token that gets issued. So that access token that I leaked, ideally this is all you could do. You couldn't like list my friends or list my servers or anything like that. But let's see. Bake a cake. Yeah, okay, I did revoke it. Woo, okay, so the one that got leaked is revoked. But now, basically, I can't really even show the logs anymore because this OAuth library I'm using is logging. I think so, Eddie, but there might be people watching that aren't as nice as everyone that's been here for a while. But that was fun. Let me show you what I did. Yeah. So, I looked through the Discord docs and I found this endpoint for revoking a token. And so they had issued me an access token. If you look at the clip or whatever of whenever I leaked it, that access token was just sitting there in my log. So basically what I did was I sent a post request to this endpoint where that access token I want to revoke was there. And then I sent it, but this endpoint just always responds with 200 OK. I wanted to really verify that it actually got revoked. So the way to do that is to attempt to request my profile using that same access token. And if it says unauthorized, then I know that I revoked the token. So right now I have the header set to a valid token because I issued a new one. And so that's working. But if I change it to, what's the current? I mean, I think that's the thing. It's like for a lot of people, it's entertaining to see me leak something. But now if I change the auth header to include the revoked token, it says unauthorized. So now I know that the one that got leaked actually got revoked and nobody can use it. And this is also what I was trying to figure out. Like, I just assumed this is how they do authorization with bearer and then the token. But I didn't know, and I actually wasn't able to find it in the docs. I just did it, and then I did it with a valid token, and I got back my data. So that's where we're at. Okay. At this point, I basically just can't show the Deno logs anymore, but that's okay. Well, now I like the Discord secret. Come on. Oh yeah, and actually, I don't know if anybody caught it, but I technically just leaked the. I leaked the. This is why you all watch, right? You watch for this, but I don't know if anybody caught it. But when I was showing just now, this one, I leaked my secret here as well. I mean, I guess I didn't leak the whole thing, but technically that was leaking my secret again. All right, I probably just need to take. I need to stop for today, but I want to get something into the database. Give me a second. I'm gonna reset this secret. We're gonna get back to where we were, and then I'm gonna work on my own OAuth library. Now, I'm not gonna do my own OAuth library right now. I might do that like on Monday of next week. Yeah, that might help, Johnny Bear. But this was like in a JSON object. And it's the library itself leaked it because they just log the response that they get from the OAuth server. When a library shouldn't do that by default. There should be a setting that says, yes, log the responses that are coming back. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I have a VS Code extension called Cloak. It's just not working today. But yeah, in the env, I could stop that. But I restarted VS Code multiple times, and I haven't got it to work today for some reason. There might be a script to reset the keys, but basically, so right now when I'm resetting my client secret, there is a UI. Let me refresh it so you don't see it. But in the Discord developer dashboard, this is the UI, and I can click this button to reset my secret. There's probably an API endpoint I could hit as well that would reset it. Yeah. Okay. What are we doing? Let's get this DB insert working. I'm gonna test this one time before I show it to you, but I think we should be good. Cool. So, this is where we were. The user gets redirected. We now have their profile. Under the hood, this OAuth library that I am using actually is making a second request to the Discord API to get my profile info. So I have that, and then I'm looking in my database to see if I've seen this user before. So the provider type is Discord, and the provider ID is going to be my Discord ID. Right now, it's completely undefined, so this is where I would insert them in. I could say something like let social profile equal that. Actually, I could also just do an upsert. But no, I have to create a user if it doesn't exist. So we'll say if social profile does not exist, we need to create the user so that way we can link them to a social profile. So we're going to create a new user. Their display name is going to be the name we got back from the social profile, or the user profile. It's going to vary by provider, but for now, we'll just assume it's Discord because that's the only one that we have working. I'm not using Oh My Bash. I just have my own settings. Wait, what? Unauthorized. Try again. This is the other thing. Process auth. Oh, you're right. I reset the secret, but yeah, I think I just need to restart the process. But this is the other issue with this library. Like, if this is throwing a 401, it should fail. Yeah, it should just straight up fail right now, and it's not. Oh well. But I think the issue is I updated my .env, and Deno does not the Deno task runner doesn't detect changes to the env. Cool. Username is the property that we want. Jeez. Okay. So if the social profile doesn't exist, create a user whose display name is userprofile.username. Why is this complaining? Expected 0 arguments. So right now we're using the Deno library here, or sorry, the Deno DB library. and I wanted to do, I wanted to create a new instance. Oh, it's .create. I see. You don't create an instance. You say .create and you pass in what you want to create. So I can say await user.create and then pass this in. And then this is the point where I would want a better type, but for now we're just going to do this and say that it has a username property. So that's great. And then at this point, let's respond with the user that got inserted into the database. Null value in column display name. That's fine. It's probably because I need to redo this. Nice. Nice. So, because we didn't find a social profile, we absolutely know that the user object itself doesn't exist. So we're going to go grab that user. And then we're going to create a social profile that, that has that info. So now we could say social profile is... actually, did it give me back? It didn't. Yeah, it gave me back an array of length 1, I think. Well, we have an API endpoint for that. So we can see. Yeah, it's an array of length 1. Can I do .first on here? Apparently not. So apparently I need to do this to grab the first one. It's not true, though. So create is returning an array, but this type definition is telling me that it returns the model itself. Maybe it did return. I think actually, so I'm seeing, yeah, this is an array, and this is not. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't return an array. That's fine. I have the user, so now I can say social profile is social profile dot create. We're going to pass in this info. We can also say user ID is user.id, so that's what's going to link it back there. User ID does not exist on type values. It's true because the way we set it up, it's like it's creating that column separately. So how do we do an insert with related data? No, a user can have many because a user could have a Discord profile and a Twitch profile. They could have two separate ones. That's why we set it up that way. Yeah, so from what I saw earlier, setting up the relations, that's what was over here. Well, I can do that. That could be a nightmare to merge information down the road. I mean, the way we'll do it is if you're already logged in and you want to log in with a different provider, you have to be logged in, and then you say link Discord, and then now that because you already have a cookie saying that you're logged in, we know to insert a social profile with your existing user ID. What was I going to look at? I was just going to look at the model. So if we look at the social profile model, this this says we can specify owner ID. And in our case, it should be user ID because in here, I say a social profile belongs to a user with foreign key user ID. Yeah, so I specifically wanted it to be underscores, which is why I passed in the extra property like that. Regardless, what are the other properties that I need? ID, provider type, provider ID. Do we have that? We do. Username. And then avatar URL. Give me just one moment. I need to look at the Discord docs to see how do we create an avatar URL given a user's ID, because or given their avatar ID, because I believe that's how they do it. I wouldn't say they're utterly useless, Terawatt. They just don't have the best developer experience right now. And honestly, it takes users like me using it to open up an issue or open up a PR to fix it, because we're in the early days of the Deno ecosystem. Look at that. It's so easy to find my access token to test this out, because they're literally logging it out. The best developer experience. Cool. So, let me show you what I'm working with. This is the profile info that we get back after login. We can see that they have an avatar property with this value here. And what I want to see is how do we turn that into an actual URL. So we should look at the Discord docs for that. Documentation. User. The user's avatar hash. Image base URL / avatar? Access denied. Oh, I have to do... We'll find it. / avatars. Is that in here? Oh, here it is. User avatar. Avatars, user ID, avatar. We'll figure it out. Okay, so user ID is this. I believe that this is just XML from a CDN. It's very likely like AWS S3 bucket or something like that. And we just requested something that doesn't exist. So we do that, and then we do avatar .png. Hey, that's me. Okay. I guess the other thing is, can we do the GIF? GIF? Yeah, look at that. I have the Discord turbo, so that's why it's like that. Yeah, GIF. Of course, it's GIF. GIF. All right, so this is how we want to format the URL. So it's going to look like that, but now we parameterize it. So this is going to be user profile dot ID, and then this is going to be user profile dot avatar. Jeff. Yeah. With avatar is a string. Cool. Why store the URL if it's coming from a derived value? I mean, you're right. We would then need application code on our front end that changes what's displayed based on what their current provider is. I'm gonna add it to do. Maybe just format this on the front end. Okay. What else are we missing? That's everything except for some reason I couldn't do user ID. But watch. This is going to throw a database error that says user ID cannot be null. Regardless. Let's see. Authorize. Null value in column user ID. See? It's probably their type definitions. I think if I did user ID, no, it doesn't even like that. Huh. Yeah, let's read the error better. Okay. Object literal may only specify known properties, and user ID does not exist in type values bracket. Argument of type that is not assignable to parameter of type values bracket. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be a TS ignore. And that's a good idea. Windward Hive is like these two things should be a transaction where, like, if the social profile create fails, then we shouldn't have created the user. As any. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna add a TS ignore. Is that how that works? Oh, I need a... There we go. To do. Why can't I specify this? We'll have to look at their docs or make a PR or something like that. Okay. Windward Hive was completely right. So basically, we're doing two database queries right now, and these both create or inserting rows into the database. But if the insert of a social profile fails, and we just created a user, we actually want to roll back that user as well. So that makes sense to put it inside of a transaction. A transaction basically says, if one of these queries fails, roll them all back. That way we're not ending up with like an orphaned user, because right now we technically are. So if we look in our users store, we actually have some users that don't have any social profiles. It's dropping the database. I forget, every time the app restarts, it drops the database. I totally forgot. But if we didn't do that, then yeah. Is the hacky way to try to insert into social profile before? The thing is, we couldn't, because social profile is dependent on a user. Like, user ID must exist. And that's enforced by the database, which is why we need to create the user first. Yeah. But it looks like it's pretty easy to do a transaction. do it like this. And then we'll need to import, and then we just move this code into here. And then we'll import DB. Oh. Never mind, I forgot we did this. So we actually don't export DB. We export a function which does the sync. And really, we should be doing the linking in here as well. But I should be able to export a named thing, DB. And then I can do these. It wasn't complaining because it was commented out. Like, it was... it's complaining because it didn't like this user ID thing. Which, I mean, from a type definition perspective, makes sense because there is no user ID on here because we actually set that up separately. We set that up in this file, which has nothing to do with the model itself. Let me prove it to you. Here, I'll do this. I'll do this, and I'll do this. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're totally right. Values array? Do I need to number it? It will and should already be a number. Yeah. Oh well. Cool. Great. I think several people were yelling at me for that, so thank you for figuring that out. All right, here we go. This connection is currently locked by the transaction. Let's look at what we're doing wrong. So we do db.transaction. We try to do a create. Welcome in, Yod, welcome in. Any query that goes inside a transaction block will only be run if all of them have been successfully executed. How do I tell it that I'm done with the transaction? What's up, Tea and Time? Welcome in. I mean, we're a fan of the coding train here on Coding Garden. We even have a Sheafmon command. Go check out the coding train on YouTube. Not a glorified promise all because it will technically roll things back. Like, so think about it like this. Let's say this completes. Let's say this is successful and it were to insert a user into the users table. If this one fails, the user doesn't get inserted into the database. And that's what the whole transaction does. Just tell them politely, please stop the transaction. Yeah, a lot of people here found me from the coding train. Do. Commit. Yeah, I didn't see that in their docs though. We can see if it's on the type. Transaction. Yeah, I'm awaiting it right here. It shouldn't return before the transaction because of the await. Is it the if statement that's throwing it off? Yeah, that's the tricky part. Is this is a like the database driver error, not a Deno DB error. Let's see if anybody has it as an issue. Transaction. Postgres transactions are broken May 11th. As a temporary, quick and dirty solution for anyone else stuck on this, you can use this code to fix the transactions without waiting for the fix to be done. Yeah, they have a begin and a commit. You know what? You're right, Lamos. I'm gonna go grab a beer. I'll be right back. One moment. Hello? I'm back, and I have an incredible pedal IPA from Denver Beer Co. It's one of my favorite IPAs. Yeah, is everyone else got your beer? A little too much head. It's been a while since I drank yerba mate. Prost! Cheers, everyone. After a long day of debugging, it tastes great. It tastes great. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Or am I? Oh wait, block. Where is block? Oh, and then you can pass it in. Okay, they basically created their own do in transaction function. Let's put that in here. Yeah. They forgot the function keyword. Waiting for fix of Deno DB. Wait, what? Should that stay commented out? And then where does this come from? Do we get the Postgres client here? No, we don't. Yeah, so what I determined was, so you pass in a block that returns a promise, and it's going to do it right here. So it begins the transaction, and then it commits the transaction. So this should work. And then we can just call this transaction, and we'll be able to import it in. DenoDB/deps. I need to add another import in my import map. This. Like that. Okay, so that's good to go. Throw a few TS ignores in here. And then I think we're ready to rock. Okay, so now that we have that function provided to us by Ninjinsky, we can use it. TS ignores cheating. Well, the idea is eventually it'll just be merged into the code base and I won't have to do this hacky stuff. Oh yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. I don't need to do this dot. I can just do DB because DB is literally the connection. You're totally right. Yeah. All right. This is it. We've done it. So this is the actual row in our social providers table. Yes. So now if we request users, there is one user in the database, W3CJ, and let's do the query for users where we include their social profile. So if we go to this API route, I think there's a way to include the related model. Let's see, how do we do that? A thousandth try, exactly. One to many? And then how do we query it? Oh, that's not useful. Dot owner. That just does a separate query. I want it to be nested and do like a join under the hood. Yeah, the tables keep getting dropped every time the app restarts. User dot what did we call it? Social profiles? Yeah, then it doesn't exist. Oh, did it happen again? The transaction thing is happening again. Oh, well. Transaction has not been started yet. Be sure to call the begin method. There's no compilation step that I am directly running. I think it's all a part of the Deno runtime. So if it sees a TypeScript file, it's going to automatically compile it or transpile it. Because if you look at my start script, I literally just do Deno run, and that's handled by Deno. It's not handled by Fresh. See you later, Katoli. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. I'm not gonna deal with it. Like I basically, we just won't run this in a transaction. We could manually do a transaction and say, if the if the social profile insert failed, remove from the user table. This is good enough for now. I think I'm also at a point of frustration where it's like the libraries that I'm using do need a lot of work, and like I mentioned earlier, part of these libraries getting better is if I open a pull request and try to improve it. The disheartening thing, though, is if you look at their GitHub, they have quite a few issues open. The one that we just saw about transaction was opened back in May. It's already August. And then, so this was an issue, and then I think they submitted a PR, and the PR hasn't been merged yet. So it's almost like the library has been somewhat abandoned. It's unfortunate. We could fork the library, but the thing is, it's a lot of work, right? We could fork the library and then start testing and merging all these other fixes that other people have done. But yeah, it's unfortunate and tricky. But we're going to do our best with what we got. So we're not going to run it in a transaction. We're going to add ourselves a to-do. To-do. Run in transaction. When transactions exist. Or when transactions work. Okay. But at this point, we are putting stuff into our database. And then I wanted to see how, like, what this would do if I did social profiles. Quick stretch. And welcome in, Electrothermal. Happy to see ya. We learned that it's International Beer Day, so if you have a beer, crack it open. Yeah, how to revive an abandoned project. The thing is, in this situation, it's really up to the maintainer. It's like you could fork it and create a new version, but if you wanted to revive the one that exists, it's up to this person. And they're probably busy. Like, I'm not blaming them for anything. Like, they're working on other stuff. Like, they don't have the time to review these PRs and merge them. But at that point, they probably should maybe add someone else as an admin to this repo or something like that. Okay, so we got inserted into the DB here. And then, yeah, so what I thought you could do, which you can do with most ORMs, is you can query one table, but if you have a one-to-many relationship, you can do something like include social profile. And then that would have a nested property of social profile. Right now, we can't do that. I don't think, anyways, with this database library. You can do join. Okay, let's check it out. Ew. Ew. So, I mean, you might as well just be using SQL at this point. I'm a lightweight, and I haven't eaten much today, so I'm already feeling this beer. It's hilarious. Okay, we're not going to worry about it. I mean, technically, at this point, what I would do is I actually would like iterate over all the users to get their IDs, and then query the social profiles table that has all of those. Let's do it. So we could say social profiles is social profile. You got yeah. Basically, it's a requirement to get drunk to work with Deno. So we could say where. Do we have ID in? I want to query from that table where the ID is in a list. Can I do that? What's up, Ruben Kinda Codes? Glad to have you here. Yeah, I tried the just dot social profiles thing, but it only works on a model that has a where clause. And it looks, from their documentation, it looks like it only returns the social profiles themselves instead of returning like the base model with a given property on it. Let's try it. We'll do this. We'll say where ID is in this. We'll create an array that has all the user IDs inside of it. And we want where user ID is that. I guess I might have to do it like this. So where user ID, well, that's not going to work. Well, user ID is in here. And then they don't support the in keyword. In is not assignable to parameter of type parameter operator. Let's just ignore it and see if it works. Because ideally, it would pass this down to the Postgres library itself. Let's see. I think these are brown switches. They're whatever came with the keyboard. If you do exclamation mark keyboard, you can see a link to it. But I believe they're brown switches. You don't think I need in? Let's see. It's interesting that I'm only getting back users. Like, social profiles are literally coming back to undefined. Yeah, the users got dropped again, but I would at least expect to see social profiles as an empty array. Like that. But apparently this query returns nothing because there are... Yeah, there's no way to do an in query. does not like that. Maybe. Thank you, Sadis Namenya. Maybe that works. Okay, let's get my user into the database. Was that it? I feel like you shouldn't have to do .all. Okay. I just don't know how to use the library. So that got it back. And actually what we could do at this point is we'll create a social profiles by user ID. Yeah, so like this little inquiry worked. I mean, I would be curious to see, does it just work like this as well? Let's see. Oh, well, I'm dropping the database every time. I need to stop doing that. Here. Exclamation mark project. You can get a link to the repo, and we have a quick description of what this thing is. This is a bug in the library. I'm pretty sure if it tries to recreate the foreign key relationships without checking to see if they exist first. Am I enjoying Deno? It's a hard question to answer because, like, this isn't Deno that I'm dealing with. This is the libraries that I'm dealing with. And it is funny that you asked that because I was getting very frustrated earlier with the libraries that I'm using. So specifically, I'm using Deno OAuth, this library, which logged my access token to the console, and I didn't tell it to. Like, there's no option to say debug, and it just put a bunch of secrets in the console, so that was revealed. We're finding out that Deno DB is very rigid. Like, not all of the types have been defined in the best way. So yeah. Why Deno and not Node? Mainly because we wanted to try Fresh. So Fresh specifically is a Deno framework, and it runs inside of Deno. What was I just doing? Basically, I have to drop the tables every time, but I am going to add a note. Like this is some other stuff that, like, it could, the repo itself could use a PR, but again, like, it doesn't look like the repo is active. Like, things aren't being merged. To do FK relationship, attempt to create every run. Fix that. I could come up with a better comment. But for now, dropping the database on every restart seems to fix it. But I do have to log in every time to get my user back into the database. And then, oh goodness. Okay, so this is the other thing we were trying to test against. But again, my database is going to get dropped every time I do it. I was saying if my query syntax here was correct, and apparently it was. You need the in keyword. Yeah, but now, again, the database gets wiped. Aren't there normal database migrations? I guess, technically, yeah, you're actually right. At this point, I don't need to call sync at all because I haven't made any changes here. So I can just comment out the whole thing. Yeah, good point. Great point. Awesome. Oh, goodness. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to do was I wanted to reformat this so that it's like a more traditional response that has like the social profiles embedded with the user. Yeah, that's what WinWord is asking. Why aren't they embedded? the library didn't implement that. So I'm about to do it from scratch, by hand. So I want to create a map. Profile? Oh, who did... No. By ID, like this. And so this is going to be a reduce that creates a map of string to social profile. Like that. At this point, I mean, I think so. So what we might end up doing is, instead of trying to use DenoDB, we could just use the Postgres driver and then create a bunch of our own utility methods, right? We could basically gradually create our own ORM as we go along. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now should have been done within my database query, but it wasn't. So I'm going to do this. We'll say by ID set profile dot user ID. It should have that property. And welcome in, Pinchy. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I started streaming multiple days a week, I guess about a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago. Here's the thing. I could TS ignore this, and I'm pretty sure it's going to work. Because what I want to do is now I want to say users for every single one, give it a social profile property. And that's going to be this get at user.id, like that. And then this is complaining because that type doesn't exist. But this is the point we're at. So I'm just going to do a bunch of TS ignores to get this working the way I want it, like this. Okay, and by doing that, now we have an array of users. Each user now has a social profile property that includes all the info. I think that would actually be pretty fun, Terawatt, if we do a heart rate monitor. TS ignore. I think this is the library that it's probably using under the hood. Yeah. So DenoDB technically is using this under the hood, but it's a higher level in that we can create objects and not have to write the SQL code. But at this point, we might as well be doing that. Cool. To do. Delete this whole file. Great. Let's go back to where we were. So at this point, we have inserted the user into the database if we have not seen them before. But what we need to do is, if we have seen them before, we need to update them. And that's the one thing we're not handling. So if we have not seen them before, we need to do something like this, but it needs to be an update. Update where ID is this. Where user ID is this. And where the provider type and the provider ID. Yeah, I mean, that's actually really funny to look at right now. If we look at my to-do tree, Look at all these to-dos we have. I mean, probably next time I stream this project, which will be next Friday, we'll just go through all the to-dos and do the best we can. But it's unfortunate that we just have so much setup to do before we're actually even getting the stuff done. Why is this complaining? Cannot find user. Makes sense, because this actually should be social. Wait, no, if I got back a social profile, I can just update the properties and say save. So scratch all this. Yeah, I could do something like this, but before that, I can say the things that would have been updated might be the URL, the username. Those are really the only things that could change. Everything else would always stay the same. Like that. Cool. So now, this is basically what we've just done. When we do social auth, if we've seen this user before, update their username and avatar URL in the database, and then done. Cool. So now, this is what my users look like. But if I try logging in again, it shouldn't insert me into the database twice. That's basically what we were just fixing. If we go here, that's my current user. But if we refresh this, come on. Didn't we stop syncing? I was just laughing at NFG Codex, who says, "You have more patience than me." I'm trying my best. Oh, you have 2 records with the same primary key. Duplicate key value violates unique constraint. Social profile primary key. That means it tried to insert it. Yeah, you're totally right. That means our lookup here, provider type and provider ID, failed. Save, I believe, just doesn't update. Well, maybe it is update. You might be right. You're saving us a lot today, Silas. Let's see. Yes, you're totally right. I feel like I switched tabs fast enough to not leak my API key, my token just now. But regardless, I'm going to revoke that token. You know, that's a great idea, Tarawa. I mean, I've had a similar idea before, where basically we try to go build something using tech from like 10, 20 years ago. Leaked, playing the video at 0.25. That's fine. I'm going to revoke it anyways. So I think I'm going to call it there. This stream has just devolved. This stream has seriously devolved. Because ultimately, I don't like using this auth library that we chose. And I want to replace it. But I think that can be a separate stream that doesn't have to be associated with the fresh spots thing. I think that, yeah. Before I go, we're going to stop working on the back end. we're going to get a map on the page, so that'll be fun. I don't know. I'm just like really mad at this Deno auth library. Like, why is it just logging everything? Nuke every CDN so I can't get a map? Come on. Okay, if we look back at our to-do list, I'll show you my screen now. Well, let me make sure nothing else on the screen is... Close that. Okay. We were at the point where we wanted to allow users to log in and log out. What we've done is, if we have seen a user before, update. If we have not seen a user before, insert. We did these two things. And this all has to do with login. What we haven't done is issued some kind of cookie or token. We'll do that next time. And honestly, I might even work on a Deno auth replacement like off stream. And then next time you see me, I'll just be using that in my code base instead. I don't know. I'll think about it. It's hard to code stuff on stream just because so much happening in chat and lots of questions and stuff like that. So I can usually be a lot more productive if I'm not streaming. So maybe I'll do that. If I change any of the database stuff, I will do that on stream. Yeah, we looked at the source of Deno auth last time because we ran into an error because they had some any types declared. And so we saw from the source code itself, just fork it and remove the console log. Well, what I talked about earlier is, so there's this library called Grant in node.js, and it's really nice. And the way it works is somewhat generic in that it works for a lot of different OAuth providers. I would rather basically recreate this in Deno rather than fork their code base. Yeah. And so like their code base, if you look at it, supports very specific providers, but I would try to implement it in a way that allows for any OAuth 2 provider. But yeah, this is the code we were looking at last time because they had the any type here, but really this should be the URL type. And then process auth doesn't have a return type declared, and it really should have like a Discord profile type defined. But yeah. Okay. Let's switch gears. We're gonna stop working on back-end stuff, and we're gonna switch gears to the front end and just get a map onto the page. I don't think we'll even show anything on the map. I just want to see a map on the page. So let's get that working. So right now, if we go to the home page, it's not loading because it's not started. Cool. Right now we just have this login with Discord button. Let's get a map on the page. Now, like I mentioned, we're using Deno Fresh. It uses a thing called Preact, which is a 3 kilobyte alternative to React. So ideally, I could really use any map library that supports React. What I'm going to search for is like Leaflet Preact, because Leaflet is a library that I've used before, and it uses OpenStreetMaps. So we don't need like a Mapbox API key or a Google Maps API key or anything like that. We can just use OpenStreetMaps. And I think this is what I want. I don't know if I could import a React library into a Preact project. Let's try it. Let's try to do it. We can import them in from ESM. This is cool because when you're working in Deno, usually you have imports like this. So maybe that'll work. Let's try it. Honestly, I'm just going to add this code and see what happens. So on our home page here, we're going to add... Whoa, that's way more than I thought I copied. Just this. Yeah. So this should work fine, actually. So we'll do this, and then that will give us a map container, a tile later, and a use map. And then we need to set it up like so. I always miss the copy button. I'm going to comment out this login button for now, and then just throw this right here. We also want marker. We also want pop-up. It's going to download the dependency, and then it breaks. Modules imported via HTTPS are not allowed to import HTTP modules. Well, that's unfortunate. And it breaks. It could be that one of the dependencies, the inner dependencies, has an HTTP URL for some reason. Why? Look at this. Why would it do this? I'm literally loading it over HTTPS. Is that very funny? I think it's ridiculous is what I think. Like, this is the library that we're loading from. Or the CDN that we're loading from. Maybe if I don't do CDN, what if I just do this? That seems to work. Weird. So yeah, don't okay, let's see if that changes anything. Like if we don't do CDN dot, what if we just do this? No. Document is not defined. Yeah, I mean, this is more of an issue, like so it's the fact that Fresh is server-side rendered, and so there is no document on the server side. And apparently one of these libraries is trying to access that. You might be right, Ingriffin, like but I don't know if that's going to change how the dependencies get loaded. Where basically, we need let's call it like a fresh map island. That does the stuff, but basically this stuff would be loaded on the front end. But the thing is, it tries to do an initial server-side render, so that actually could be one of the main issues. But that's really what I want. I want the map to be loaded over here on this island. Yeah, I'll look into Fresh. There's possibly a way to say, like, don't even try to server-side render this little island here. What's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Welcome in. That's fine. I think it still needs to download that dependency. And then here we want a fresh map. and we have no data for now. Yeah, it's still trying to reference document. I'm just going to search the web and see if anyone has done or used any sort of map library with Deno. Another potential solution is basically, like, don't even try to load the map dependencies as a Deno dependency. If that's even possible. We should call this fresh map. Deno fresh map library. Deno fresh is very new, so let's see if anybody has even mentioned using a map library with it. It would make sense that import maps are popping up because that's, but that's not what I want. What should I search for instead of the word map? Deno fresh. Actually, let's see if anyone has done leaflet with Deno. Deno OpenStreetMaps. Render it via use effect. That's probably what I'm going to have to do, but I would like it if I didn't have to get all hacky with it. Deno's Pizzeria is a place. Render it via use effect. So yeah, I could do actually like a dynamic import in Matalb. Thank you very much for that tier 1. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like the import is trying to reference or do something to the document. And usually you would see that error like on render. Okay. Let's look at the info for islands. Well, I'm trying to load the fresh map here, which is an island. The home page is not an island. It's a route. And then this should be an island. Static files. Yeah, but the thing is, in Fresh, the initial render of the island actually does try to be server-side rendered. We saw that earlier, where we were doing the comparison between server-side and client-side rendered, and the client-rendered one had an initial server-side render, and then after that, JavaScript kicked in. Yeah, I mean, it probably would be possible to just. I don't even honestly. I don't even know how to think about it. So yeah, the islands are rendered on the server and then rehydrated when the client loads. So like, if I wanted to do something that was purely client, I haven't really seen that defined in the Fresh docs. Don't get fresh, yeah. Adding interactivity. Terawatt says, I was really enthusiastic with Fresh until I saw their docs. I mean, from a high level, if you're just doing basic page rendering and basic interactive components, the docs tell you how to do that. Really loading external libraries only on the client. Like, that's basically what we're trying to do right now. Can you take me to GitHub? See if there are any issues referencing client. Possible. Yeah, if this is specifically written for Preact, but it's been archived. Let's see if it exists on ESM. Let's try it. I have a feeling it's not going to work, but we'll try it. Internal server error. Yeah. Okay. So this is the issue I wanted to see, lazy load island components on the client side, because it doesn't seem like that's happening right now. So I'm not going to redo it, but basically what we saw earlier is when we loaded an island, if we looked at the source, it actually was initially server rendered. So it is trying to run that code on the server. Though the issue we were getting here is just on import. This is not even on page load. It's literally trying to import this, and then it's trying to set something on the document when the code is run. Document dot like this is the actual leaflet library, and we don't want this to run on the server side at all, which is one of the main issue. This would be a good addition. Load eager. It's on the roadmap. So yeah, I mean, I think ultimately I'm just trying to do something that isn't necessarily supported in Fresh. I think it even goes against the idea of what they're trying to do. Because what I kind of need is like a purely client rendered page that then loads in the JavaScript. Like, whereas this is trying to load these dependencies on the server side. So what Terawatt said earlier, hey, Mr. Streamer, let's use a render it via a use effect. Check if there is a document, then render leaflet via preact. So what we could do, though, like this gets super hacky, but what we could try to do is have some sort of use effect that dynamically imports the library here on the client, and then it could use it. But at that point, we wouldn't actually be using React or Preact leaflet. We would just be using the leaflet library itself. Await import? Is this what you're saying? Honestly, this should have been the first thing we tried to do, because then we could have just given up on Deno and Fresh the first day. Can you point me to some docs in Griffin? Like, where would I even do this? But I think based on that issue, is it this one that I was reading? Yeah, based on this issue, it seems like it's not possible to only load stuff on the client side. Right now, it does try to load it from the server. Dynamic imports in Deno. Welcome in, Skylar. Glad to have you here. Let's see if we can do this. So let's say we do have a use effect. Is it not defined there? How do I get a use effect? It's in Preact hooks. Okay. We can try our best, Terawatt. We can... Let's see. So we have our use effect. And then we basically try to do this import inside of the use effect. And then we almost have like this stuff defined inside of there. But this needs to be like an async iffy. Let's see what happens. All of this we would actually need to define in here. We would need to like set it to an element and then put that inside the rendered stuff. But let's see if this even works. Because now the server actually does start, and then if we let's look at the console and refresh the page, we get it. We get it back. Which means we could say something like map element and set map element. Yeah, thank you, Terawatt. So Terawatt had the idea earlier, but let's see if we can get it working. Like this. And then can we actually say set map element with all of this crazy stuff. See you, Griffin! What's up, dude? Thank you for the raid. And happy International Beer Day. I don't know if you were drinking beer over on your stream, but chat convinced me to go pour a beer, so. Yeah. We're in the trenches here, so drinking some whiskey. That's quite all right. Beer day is every day. Then we kind of just need to TS ignore this. But welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. We are working with Deno and Fresh. So Deno is a JavaScript runtime. Fresh is a new backend framework. It's all very, very new. And what we are banging our heads against right now is the fact that we're trying to use like a client-side only library in something that is initially server-side rendered. But I think we're getting close. Where basically we have a use effect that does the import. And then what I need to do, this. Okay. Oh, you used Tari. Cool. We tried Tari the other day. My main complaint was that the entire way you work with the file system is not node.js. And there's like a whole other API you would have to learn. TS ignore. Yeah, this is reminiscent of earlier. Oh yeah, and then we would need to use it. So what I was trying to do here was, now we have this state variable that is the map element, and then we throw it right here. And so after this thing loads, we set it, and then try to render it. String contains an invalid character. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so, and that's the thing. All of the file system things would be mapped to Rust APIs, and so they have their own like permission model and everything else. Like last time, well, when I tried to use it, that's basically what I was up against, was trying to figure out how to just write a file to the system, and it took me a while. We got further. Let's see, is there anything even in the DOM right now? We got a div. No, it's just a div. Chunk S3M. Why is this being loaded from our Fresh backend? Like, this import right here should actually be a browser import. Right? Right? What if we do this? Oh. And then this. Don't forget leaflet needs some CSS. Yeah, we might have to import that separately. Let's just add it to do. To do. Import leaflet CSS. I would highly suggest a script tag in the head section. Could we do that? Could we like literally like add an element here that has a script source? What is this? String contains an invalid character. What is that even about? This is really weird to me though, because I would have thought that this was running on the client side, but apparently it's not. Like, we don't see actual network requests for esm.sh. We see a request to our backend. Yeah, but the issue with that is, like, at that point, like, we're just writing vanilla JavaScript. Right? Because we could. I mean, okay. I need to go, but I'm gonna get this working in the hackiest way possible. By doing it in somewhat the way that Terawatt is describing. Basically, oh, I had no idea. Somebody in the chat mentioned this earlier, but the creator of Leaflet was actually from Ukraine. Wow, had no idea. Okay. So, we are going to do it the old school way. We're going to add a script and then do the thing. So, let's get rid of this use effect. Let's get rid of this. I'm going to get a map on the page. Gosh darn it. Can you have a link tag that's not in the head? Preact should have dangerously set inner HTML. It would work similarly to React. So the link is there, okay, but it doesn't look like it tried to download it. Like if we look at the network request, there's nothing for. Oh, it did. Okay, like I said, we're gonna get this working. It's gonna be super hacky, but we're gonna get it working. Because we have that, then we have this script tag. And then we're going to have a div ID map that we are going to just do some straight up DOM manipulation on. And we'll just do an inline style. And then this code is going to run here. Got a syntax error. Unexpected token div. The code I wrote an hour ago just became legacy. What do you mean by that, Terawatt? Did one of the libraries update? Probably. All right. Did you see the map flash for a second? I'm telling you, we're gonna get this working if I have to say so myself. The issue was the whole yeah, you saw it? The issue is I can't write this code. I think what I need to do is say something like this, give this a script with an ID of I don't know, map stuff. And then right here, document.query selector map stuff dot inner HTML is going to be this. Oh, you know what it is? It's the curly. It's the curlies. Okay, actually, I think I could just escape the curlies. Like, I literally need a curly brace right there. Can you not escape curly braces in React or Preact? Apparently you can't. Escape fresh? No, but I want this curly brace right here. How do I escape it? I have an idea. Try? Okay. We could do let map.js equal a template literal that has all of the stuff inside of it. That's it. And then we just render this right here. All right, this is the winner. Are you guys ready? Are you all ready? Anyone watching? No matter what you are, check it out. We have a map on the page. No, I mean, no errors. But there is a map. Maybe it didn't load the styles? Ocean. Now we get an error. That's fine. Can't access offset width. T.parent node is null. Yeah, I mean I've used Leaflet before, and it's super easy. I mean, the main issue here is we're basically trying to load it into a page that's being first server rendered. Yeah, the garden is looking nice. I agree. Maybe we can add this style sheet link. In like our main layout file or something like that. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, American 2050. Is could we do that like here? Mr. Streamer on brink of mental collapse. Here's the thing. I need to use the restroom, and I have been live for almost 6 hours at this point. But I want to get this going before I go. Sure, save the file. And I think we were really close because we saw the map flash on the page for a second. So... Oh, were we doing that? Oh, yeah, I guess we were doing that over here. Is it need? Do we need a width as well? It was there for a second. Div ID map. I think I actually do need to set this as inner HTML. I don't know why I wasn't doing that yet, but really all of this code needs to be dangerously set inner HTML. Something like that. Yeah, it could be. I think that's exactly what. Yeah. So check it out. If wait. Okay. Um, we can see it gets rendered with a div ID map, and then but you can see there's no canvas or there's no nested elements. I guess what we could do, like another thing, is we could create a ref. Create a ref to the div and then just set its inner HTML directly. Div. Set div. Use ref. Starts off as null. So be it. And then ref is equal to right? That's how that works. And then we don't need this anymore. We could just do this. Did I do that right? And then we can have a use effect that listens for when that div changes. And then right here we can say div.current.inner HTML equals map.js. It's sort of kind of working. I don't think I need set div though, right? And this script tries to do the stuff. There's the map. Fresh Alive was interrupted while the page was loading. Let's wait a few seconds. It's definitely getting set. I guess the code isn't running. In use effect, you can programmatically create a script element and assign its source. I guess I know that. Like, I could create these programmatically, but what's wrong with just setting inner HTML? I mean, there's a lot wrong with it, but in this scenario where we're just trying to get it working, right, so let's see. Like, if I comment out that line, nothing should be getting set at all. So now if we look, we have a div, empty div, right? So this code is definitely running. It's definitely setting the inner HTML. But then it's not running at all. Hello, hacky code. Let's make sure this stuff is actually running. What was the timeout we gave it? code isn't running. All right, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. I'm back. The stream's not over. I want to get this working. Our code is not running. So, does anyone know why setting inner HTML does not actually execute the script? I mean, we could even just do something like this. I need eval. Yeah, so it doesn't get evaluated. So how do we get the script to be actually evaluated? Need it to be more dangerous. Yeah, good call, Terawatt. Use effect is running. Cool. Cool. Step number 1. It's really hard to even use something like React Leaflet because basically, like, we can't import it the way you would a Deno dependency. I don't even know if I said the right words there, but you can't import it that way because it's trying to actually like execute code that's running on the server side or running within the Deno process. Yeah. I think the issue, like, it doesn't matter what map library we use. Right now, we have to be hacky about it because we can't just import it and use it like we would just a regular old React thing. We could figure something out that's less hacky though. Like, we almost could have like a front end app that's a separate repo that's purely front end that gets built and then referenced here. So that way we can still like code like React developers. But for now, I just wanted to get this running. I should have access to document. Document. There's the document. inner HTML script does not execute. Execute? Oh. Oh. I mean, this is from 2019, but okay. We actually literally need to create a script element. That's it. And then, so create script, and then we create a text node with some text. I believe you, Terawatt, but also, why wouldn't this just work? Like, I mean, this is classic cross-site scripting, right? But I guess not. I guess the browser is I mean, it's good that it's preventing that. Okay, and then we can say document.append child script, and then right here, so just create text node. Oh, it just literally takes in the text. So this piece right here is the code we want. Let's call this map elements instead of map.js. And then right here, oh no, I lost my script. I gotta go back. That is what I want right here. We get rid of this. We call this map elements. And then we add it here. So what I've gathered is this CSS and this script will be loaded, but any script tag will not be loaded. All right, let's see what happens. Document.body.append child. So add the script to the body. L is not defined. Cool. So it's not actually loading the JavaScript. So this we're going to have to do dynamically as well. Big L. Okay, so we have the leaflet script. We're going to create a new script. Set the source to be that. And then add it to the page. Quick stretch. Oh, that's a good call, though, in Griffin. We need to have the map element on the page before that. So that will add the leaflet script. And then we actually want to do this before we add the script that operates on the map. I'm still working on my course, 50K Cal. It's taking longer than I expected. I expect at least another week or two before I can release it. Would I consider using Fresh in the recent future to create some other projects? I think here's the issue. Like, all of the examples and everything you see like on the Fresh website are just, they're very basic, right? When you get into what you actually want to do with the server rendered thing, it doesn't really support those things yet. But I mean, that's fine. It's new. It's going to take a while. I want to put that there. And TS ignored. It does load leaflet.js. Okay. But then it is saying L is undefined. Is it capital L leaflet? It is defined. So can we log L right here? No. I appreciate that, Eddie. I'm trying my best. I think that it's tricky, though, because we put so much work into this. Like, at this point, it's like over 12 hours we put into this app just to get to a point that kind of seems like a non-starter. But yeah, when you set this, when you set the source of a script like this, it actually should. I thought it would. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right, Terawatt. That's what we need. We need an onload function. And once that script has loaded, then we're ready to do the business. We're ready to do all the rest of this stuff. Okay. This is it. This is the one. Ta-da! we got a map. The fact that it took me this long is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, but we got it. Super hacky. But look, this technically, this is a Deno Fresh app loading a client-side JavaScript library. Technically. It's an island. Oh. Don't touch it. But here, I guess what I'm trying to think about is, all right, how can we write our code this way? That allows us to like load the library on the client and then have like some completely client-side code. Because the way Deno Fresh is loading our islands right now, it does actually try to server-side render them first. There isn't a way to say this is only client. So that's fun. Okay. To do. Less hacks. Probably an external pure spa. Reload dynamically. Because what we could do, that's way less hacky. So instead of literally adding the leaflet script and then having like the vanilla leaflet code, we could have ourselves a plain old React app or a plain old Vue app. We could have it so that it bundles itself, saves it to, let's say, like the public or the static directory, and then we just have a little bit of hacky code that loads that right there on the client side. Terrawat says, "This is the best entertainment channel on Twitch." I mean, I'm pretty happy we got our hacky code working, but like I said, if we really want to do this, I think it needs to be a separate app because it doesn't seem like there is a way to get a purely client-side library working inside of these islands yet. So that's probably what we're going to have to do. All right, did I miss other messages? Yeah, we don't have an index.html. As far as I know, there isn't really a layout file. We just have this, which renders the page itself. There's probably some config we can do that sets up like layout and the head and stuff like that. I just don't know. Will I have to pin text nodes all the time? No, like the goal is 3 lines of hacky code that points to an actual single page application. That's the goal. Finally, code that looks like I wrote it. That's funny, Titanfuss. This is an updated version of one that was archived. Oh, the Preact leaflet? Sure. But like I said, we might even not... We could just have like a plain old React app that we load in dynamically. So, cool. Oh, right. If we look at our to-do list, show a map on the page with hacks. Yes, we've done it with hacks. Next time, what we really, I mean, if there is going to be a next time, there's so many issues with with what we've done so far though. Like the Deno DB library that we're using is missing some things that we really want from an ORM. Like it's hard. It's not really built in to be able to do like nested queries and have nested properties. The way they do foreign key relationships isn't the best yet. Deno auth just straight up reveals our tokens to everyone. So it would be nice to add a PR to this library that doesn't console log everything, or just create our own library. And then now, if we want to actually work with maps, we need an external single page application that gets loaded in an island dynamically. But this could actually be interesting to look into the internals of Fresh to figure out if there actually is a way to say, hey, don't even try to run this on the server. This is always going to be client-side code. So like maybe a PR to Fresh. Client-side only code. I mean, yeah, you could do an iframe, but I think the main thing there is like we are gonna have an island right here that we probably would want to pass data down to. I guess the other thing is like that client-side code could call API routes that we define over here. We could figure out how to structure that. I don't know. We might just stop working on this. We might start over and just use TypeScript and Next.js. Honestly, maybe we'll decide that next time. So tune in next Friday. Day 4. Do we nuke this project and use Next.js plus some other stuff instead? I guess SvelteKit would be fun. Day 4, reevaluate our entire life. Day 1, part 2. We'll say like outdated libs, DenoDB, Deno auth. Pure client-side JS, hard to accomplish. But we'll decide that next time. Use Next or Nuxt or SvelteKit. How do you spell svelte? Svelte? Kit. Like that. And that would be August the 12th. Okay. Next.js with TypeScript could be good, yeah. Yeah, so if we decide to use Vue, then we would use something like Next. With Bun, no. I mean, if we chose Bun, then we'd have to use Next, but I think we'd run into a similar issue with Bun. There's just, it's so new, there would be things that aren't supported. Yeah. Do a Go API? I mean, that would be like a hard left turn to use something like Go or like Rust. Yeah. But what I also could do we nuke this project? Okay, but we'll say these are all these are the reasons why we would want to nuke it. Outdated / unmaintained libs. Some alternatives would be these, or we speed run it. And I do it all in one stream with stuff that I'm comfortable with and not TypeScript. No TypeScript. Probably Vue. Probably MongoJS. Or MongoDB. That's your other alternative. Because I guarantee you, if I was using Vue, no TypeScript, and Mongo, I could finish this in 6 hours or less. Guaranteed. We could take bets. Okay. And Clink is saying, it'd be interesting to watch a stream where you do go into a library and submit a PR. Yeah, I mean, people have talked about that before because, I mean, if you look at our to-dos, we have quite a few to-dos that are like, hey, we should probably go PR the Deno auth or the Deno DB library. Yeah, I mean, TypeScript slows me down because I have to define more types, right? Like, because there are so many things that I'm already very familiar with and very comfortable with, because I don't have to define the types, and I don't necessarily need the type completion because I'm already really familiar with it. I've basically memorized how it works. Then yeah, I'm a lot faster. So yeah. It's true. I could add any types everywhere, but the other nice thing is that you technically do get type completion even in JavaScript files inside of VS Code. We were showing that with our inventory app yesterday. We're writing JavaScript, but all of the libraries we pull in have TypeScript definitions, so VS Code is able to show us those definitions. Next stream, Monday, but I might change the topic. But yeah, okay, I'm done. I've been live for 6.5 hours. I gotta go. But you can check out the calendar here. And there is a stream planned for Monday. Right now, my plan was to do just a Q&A AMA stream, because it's been probably a month since our last... thank you, Taro. I appreciate all your input as well. I feel like you're a part of the stream as well. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but Terawatt is like the new Doc. They're like a sassier version of Doc. With more opinions than Doc. But, yeah, I do plan to do a Q&A stream. Maybe we'll change it up to, like, making an auth library. Or not an auth, like, yeah, a Deno auth library or something like that. Yeah, 50% more opinions than Doc. And way sassier. If you don't know Terawatt, Doc is somebody that used to watch the stream all the time. He was a mod, but we haven't heard from him since like February. So yeah, okay. Check the schedule. Join my mailing list. I send a go live notification if you join specifically the live notification list. Yeah, where is Doc? You haven't earned the modness yet, Taro. But I do appreciate your ideas and help and all that, and your contribution to the stream. I appreciate you. But yeah, sign up for the mailing list. I give Go Live notifications there. Every Monday, I try to send out an email that tells you what's going to happen this week. And eventually, when I launch a course, you'll be the first to know it if you're on my mailing list. Check me out on YouTube. We have a new archive channel where I've been uploading all the live streams. tomorrow should have the live stream from yesterday, and then Sunday should have the live stream from today on the archive channel. It's fairly up to date, and I'm trying to upload quickly. Yeah. So if you join the mailing list, you'll get a go live notification. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here, Eddie. Appreciate you. Is that all? I'll push this code up. If you do want to look at the code we've written so far, it is there on GitHub. Not Golang, Go Live. Though, I'm using ListMonk. I think ListMonk might be written in Rust. You don't think you've gotten one? It probably went to spam. It might have went to spam. And you're welcome, Distance Synths. Thanks for being here. I think it's Rust. Doesn't matter. I need to go. Cheers, everyone. Happy beer day. Have a wonderful weekend. See you Monday. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. You can also come up with your own raid message. And see you later, Terawatt. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. All that good stuff. I appreciate you. Thanks for being a part of the Coding Garden community. And yeah, have a good one. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.